All signs, this is the Mission and Goals podcast. Radio check, over. Hang in there, buddy. We've got you. You're not alone.
All right, Nathan, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you for joining me here today on the Mission and Goals podcast. You were recommended by Dr. Matt Worthington, who was on my last guest on the podcast. He speaks very highly of you, and just meeting you, your energy is very well, it's a very good energy. Sorry,
Yes.
and it makes me feel comfortable. And yeah, so thank you.
No,
Thank
you're
you for
welcome. Thanks for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to share learnings. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, to begin with, do you want to start with who you are and your experiences and what your expertise and
Yeah, right. Who I am. That's a massive question. Hey.
not too philosophical.
Yeah.
Let's go the who you are as in who you are. Who are you?
Weirdly, you'll probably gather maybe through part of this speaking. Who am I? In some ways, yeah, a bit wishy-washy, but just a person having experience here in this place. As a human, I guess over time I've grown up and found some interesting facets as a part of my personality, my life, and basically as one of the gurus I've kind of learnt from, I guess just trying to walk myself and others home, I guess is a good way of experiencing or saying it.
Yep.
But yeah, just ultimately over time, just becoming aware of certain aspects of who I am, and I guess trying to make peace with them and make those aspects of myself maybe a lot calmer, a lot more relaxed, and along the way just sort of passing on that information, hopefully. So
awesome.
That's kind of who I am.
Yeah.
In the outside world here, I've got a wife and 4 children, and together my wife and I we run and own a business. And we've been a part of that for the last 20 years. So I guess My Masua is a company that we started together.
Yep.
Predominantly we were doing remedial massage. My journey in regards to that was one of, prior to that, I'd had a very checkered childhood. A lot of trauma, caught up in a beautiful family environment with white picket fences, lots of facades, really deep church kind of background, and I guess I just didn't fit or belong, so kind of went in a different direction to what those people thought was a good thing, and ended up in some really crazy dire places. So along that journey I've kind of had to try and heal myself, I guess. Woke up in some amazing situations. I can divulge all sorts of stories around that, but ultimately then I started to work out I needed to heal myself, so I became sort of physically broken. Then I sort of started to work out maybe I was a bit mentally broken, so I started to learn how I could physically help myself, so via massage. I hadn't finished high school, so I couldn't go and sort of do university or anything, so started to learn that. And from there, just got into nutrition, and like these stepping stones appeared after I started doing nutrition. There were all these aspects, but got into the mind. What is, how does this work? So I just studied hypnotherapy. From there, got into spirituality, and so now I guess I'm here just trying to heal my own shit and walk
on some knowledge.
Walk through with others. So
awesome.
That's like
let's start with what is a remedial massage, a masseuse.
Cool. Remedial massage. It's a massage therapist. So basically, you're I guess using your body to try and help other people's bodies. But remedial is to diagnose and treat dysfunction. So it's to I guess help someone realize there may be some sort of symptom or pattern or neural opinion that's they're not necessarily happy with. So we use techniques within massage schools. They teach you all these different techniques, and you just apply these techniques to try and help relieve someone's pain, I guess.
Is it physical pain and mental pain, or predominantly physical pain?
So in the beginning, I guess we'll stick to this physical pain story, and so over time, as I had my own back issues, which is why I got into it. So I had a lot of disc bulges and prolapses, and at some point I was going to go and get neurosurgery to have like this experimental disc replacements and all sorts of stuff. So this chronic pain that I had, and a lot of it, I just couldn't resolve via physio, doctors, all these normal methods. So I guess it starts out as a physical pain, but from my learnings over the years, I've sort of started to learn that, we definitely have acute neural opinion. Our bodies tell us stuff. But we also then learn patterns of behavior, which become chronic, or we learn these patterns. And these neurochemical opinions, although the chemistry is real and we do experience these things, can actually be patterns of behavior that are really installed to maybe help us in some way, but not necessarily help us. And it sounds funny, but I started to learn over time that my chronic pain was actually, although chemically real, was a behavior pattern. And I was able to, by studying the mind in different aspects, I was able to relieve that pain. It's a big, long, complicated story, and it's hard for people to see. But yeah, that's kind of what I did for myself. So what is pain is a really big question. Yeah. There's so many ways into this, and it depends on the person I speak to.
Let's start with, what does the Western world say what pain is? And then is there a differentiate? Does it differ from other cultures around the world?
I'd say yes, as a generalization. I guess there's so many sides to this story though, and I guess I can just give you mine. But again, when I speak to people now, I mainly try and use terminology like neural opinion. So what is pain? Pain's a learnt behavior. So a really crude analogy might be that if we're standing side by side and someone stabs us in the same part of the leg, are we going to have the same experience? And the answer is probably no. Why? So although we've got all these little tiny things happening in the neurochemistry and all the electrical signals and whatever, our learnt behaviors, or what we've been taught in terms of survival, will, I guess, generate the opinion that we receive. So like over time, when I had a back injury and I watched people closely and I learn a lot of, like for instance, Professor Lauren Mosley, he's a doctor of physio, I think at Adelaide University, and I was starting to read some literature around his discovering like the neurochemistry of pain and how it occurs. He has a famous story about being bitten by a snake, kind of waking up somewhere, and he was, wow, this is what's happened to you. He went bushwalking another time, thought he'd been bitten by a snake because he had the same physiological response, but in actual fact it was like a stick that brushed his ankle, and he was like, how the hell does that happen? How can I have the same chemical physiological responses? So it's a learnt behavior essentially. So we learn from age 0, so in utero, there's beautiful neuroscience now around that, from everything around us. And even now there's more stuff to suggest there's 14 generations of survival techniques. How are we going to survive as an animal on this planet? How does a border collie know how to round up sheep? Taken away from its mum, but instinctually there's this like weird encoding survival techniques that occur within humans or animals, and yeah, we I guess replicate that in our own physical environment. So you and I will have a different pain response or neural opinion based on so many factors, but that chemistry is produced, the learnt behaviors, nature, nurture, bang, we have this different experience in that instance. Yeah, so for me, once I started to learn all these factors, I could sit down, watch a guy doing concreting. I could sit next to him do concreting. He'd get up and push through this point. I would hit the floor, not be able to move for 4 weeks. I'd watch his pain pattern, like he definitely had something go wrong there, but then he pushed past it. Is he tougher than me? And I started to learn Lauren Mosley's work, and then moving into more somatic experiencing sort of works, and started to learn, oh wow, it's more of a learnt behavior, how you deal with that neurochemistry, the neural opinion, whatever, and it's how you can. So there's a flip side to that little piece there, that some people in the old days can push past a certain point of pain and not listen to their body, and they can also do more damage. So there's not this beautiful like I am
That's
tough.
a lot of veterans.
Yeah, exactly. So when it comes to somatic experiencing or NAM, neuroaffective relationship models, or there's so many beautiful embodiment practices out there. It comes down to the ability to bring the mind and the body together. So at times people are, based on protection survival skills, they're pushing past either the body or the mind. So at times, quite simply, the mind can overrule the body, and at times the body can overrule the mind. So you can see this in, say, sympathetic, parasympathetic responses. At some,
So you mean by that, like, we can push past our pain threshold, just say like, oh, like our mind can overrule the body by, you're in pain, but you're like, no, push through this, and then the body will shut your mind down if there's too much pain or you've extended past your threshold.
yeah,
Is that what you mean with the two examples?
yeah, pretty
By
much.
the body taking over the mind?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, okay.
So like you could call it, I think in some theories, a polyvagal ladder. So your sympathetic response is the flight, fight, and now they've brought in this freeze response. Yeah. So sympathy is the mobility part of your nervous system. So first thing you're going to do is, it's the attachment to the thought of fear or danger. So there's information coming in through the senses, and then the adrenaline and cortisol happen. So these, in the senses, the amygdala part of the brain that's responsible for helping us to survive. Like, this was born 75 million years ago so that we can survive. You don't live without it, so it's a normal response. But it's the learnt behavior around that, which is like, are we actually really in danger? So, but we get that chemistry of the ability to switch everything on and free, flight, get away. If you don't get away, you want to fight. But ultimately, yeah, if you live in that stage too often, your body will eventually shut down those other aspects. So you move into freeze, which is what depression is, essentially. So the parasympathetic nervous system comes up and encapsulates the sympathetic, parasympathy being this freeze response, or mostly it's our healing digest system, the beautiful chemicals that allow us to sit here and heal. And in some cases, it takes over and says, like, we're not doing this anymore. You're going to stop.
This has just occurred to me. There's a theory. My first podcast was with a guy called Dane Christensen, who started this Survive to Thrive Nation, this veteran program to help transitioning. He went forward and funded a bunch of studies with universities, and he's shown that soldiers and veterans, soldiers, same thing. We actually get indoctrinated to the point that we don't know this when it's happening, but we live in fight,
survival all the time.
They've cut away.
That's the training you.
Trained out of a survival,
Totally.
Freeze and flight, and so we're in like standby mode of fight all the time. And then when you live in that for too long, your body shuts down. So a lot of veterans, myself included, a lot of people I know, that body shutting down often turns to depression, which is what you just said that was. So like, yeah, so you live in that fight, which we did as veterans. You do a minimum 4 years. I did 15. And then all of a sudden you're not in that fight anymore. Like, your body starts normalizing after years of being back into the civilian world. Now you're in depressed mode.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's not the body shutting down per se, but it's a part of your body that shuts another part of your body down.
We've been operating here.
Yeah, totally. So you can't exist in adrenaline and cortisol for huge amounts of time without like something happening on the flip side. So yeah, the body, depression is, in other people they say deep rest, deep rest, and so you need to come back into, so in a medical sense, in terms of massage, we try and aim for homeostasis, which is the balance of both. So there's in this human world, there's so many bilateral aspects to who we are. There's dualism and spirituality. There's anterior, posterior, lateral, left, right, feminine, masculine. It's just yin and yang, blah, blah, blah. And so homeostasis is the fluctuation between two. You need both to exist beautifully. The army is brilliant at training people to stay in survival, that sympathetic response, And from there, they train them to stay there and react, because that's all you're doing is reacting. They train you enough to react consistently in the way they want you to. So there's studies that show when you're in that sympathetic response, you don't think, because thinking's too slow.
Ask veterans, and I have on this podcast, tell me when the shit's hitting the fan, what's going through your mind. Training kicked in.
That's right. Yeah. So it's actually a part of survival. So the amygdala, once it gets activated and sends out that chemistry, like you shut down the prefrontal cortex and all thinking just disappears. They've proven now your IT lowers. So your your IQ lowers, your IQ score lowers. So you, pretty terrible way of saying it, but you become a bit dumber in a sense in that moment. But is it dumb?
Stigma of soldiers being dumb.
Well, yeah. So you trained all the time to react the way they want you to react. So is it instinctual? Well, like through my hypnosis courses, and there's many other things you can throw out here. Our subconscious pattern, so our subconscious brain, or however you want to see that, like 95% of what we do to 98% of what we do, they're saying now, is a learnt behavior. So 5%, 2% of what we think consciously that we're conscious all the time is not. It's a learnt behavior that we're actually, how did we drive to wherever we got to today? Sometimes you don't even know. So it's just automatic. So what they're trying to do is put you in sympathy, that sympathetic response. So you're on adrenaline, you're on speed, man, and you are then learning over and over again how to react in this situation without thinking, because it's the quickest thing. So then they train you to be there for ages and forever, and then use you as these super soldiers to fight these things. How can you come back into parasympathy if you're not practicing it? And parasympathy is where you heal and digest. And parasympathy, and so you need rest. And if you're not getting it at some point, that scale is gonna tip the other way completely. So, and that's part of the saddest part I see with, say, defense, or going out on a limb and say, we're not helping them get that practice of parasympathy within that lifestyle, but we're also not, I guess, discharging them into learning how to get that parasympathy back and that equilibrium. So yeah, it's really sad.
What I find upsetting is they're not even telling us what they did to us. You know what I mean? It make us acknowledge, be like, hey, to make you a great soldier, so you win wars and don't die and move forward, we had to make you operate at this level. However, what that does to you in the long run is this. I know it's hard, because would people join up if they knew that they're subconsciously being altered? I don't know, but awareness, I found, knowing that me living in survival mode, fight mode, that's where a lot of my anger comes from.
Yeah.
Because aggression is how you win wars and fight through. We're down from a basic level as a soldier. From the moment you get off the bus, you're being yelled at. From everything you do, there is only you get in trouble for it. The drill movements you do is instinctive. It gets you moving. So they say a word and then you move a certain way, and that's being yelled at you. A section attack, the way to communicate is to yell at you. So the way we win is by being aggressive.
Yeah.
It's controlled aggression, but when you take away say your body becomes broken, and the way you release stress is through working out, and now you're not working out, and that also puts you into a depressive mode. That anger then comes out in other ways, if that makes sense. It boils over the top and comes out in other ways.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I see two parts to your story in a way. I'm not 100% sure, but I would suggest that the training techniques that they would use, I'm just sitting here and thinking, through it. I don't know if anger is necessarily taught to you in a sense, but it's definitely a time management tool that they employ to get you to become what they need you to become in the quickest amount of time. I feel anger is very individual, or any emotion is an individual sort of response. It's an energy that's raised for something, and anger is it's a very useful energy. It's not something you want to necessarily throw away at times, because you can create many great things with it. But I feel the angers generally maybe come from I guess living or being a certain way and not being in line with mind and body, and then the emotions arise that something's not right, and the anger comes from that. It's not that it's necessarily taught, but it's definitely a result of something that's not like going right within your system. And definitely you come out of that with an emotional trauma of, anger being the result, and you're moving energy into maybe a place you don't want it to be. It's fascinating. But ultimately, I think from my teachings, it's like taking ownership of not necessarily those things being passed on to you, but them arising within you, and knowing therefore that you can, because you've created them, you can also uncreate them. So although they've used these techniques and these tools to get you to that point, the other part of that story is, I don't know if I don't know if there's people that intentionally, like my belief now in lots of stories and spirituality and maybe coming into the heart and listening to humans as a generalization of, I don't know if there's so many bad people out there that I don't know if the top part of the army and the brass and all that, I don't know who they are, I haven't spoken to them. I don't know if they do know that they're doing this to you in a way, maybe medically, or what I'm speaking about and what some of these experts are now seeing. Sure, in the last, one of my clients did a PhD in PTSD, specifically with soldiers, and presented it in Scotland. And I know heaps of people because we're in Townsville and doctors and that. So, we're definitely finding out this information in the last 10, 15 years. But has that actually filtered through back into that top end of the brass and the people who make decisions? Like, they've just done it this way forever.
That's something I've tossed around in my mind. Is it's probably been this way since we started fighting wars thousands and thousands of years ago. However, when I thought about this exact question, surely someone else has studied this in the thousands of years, philosophers, everything, and might have passed on and be like, hey, if we train this way, this is the results we get. But like, I don't know. But like, you look at writings of the past thousands of years, there's some good, I don't know if they know, but in my head, they know.
Well, I mean, I guess, those people that make the decisions, and depending on what it is their objectives are, they're not going to listen.
Change it. They still need to win wars. That's their main goal.
Well, yeah,
and if the best way to win goals
for
is
sure,
this way,
you can change it.
Then it's
another aspect of that, like in terms of the anger. Like, okay, so I feel what you're saying, and I can hear the anger coming. Like that, your response was anger, and that perhaps it came through via that process, and it definitely did. In that you felt those feelings, and they occurred, and there's probably many people like that. They're definitely going to have anger. But like when I've worked with SAS soldiers, and I've actually worked with quite a few of them, and I don't know, when I'm with those people at certain times, they pick the kind of people that don't get angry, they seem to be able to regulate their emotions really well. They're very clever. They're almost, they're the gray man. They need to not have emotions in essence. The elite guys. So it's fascinating. I don't know that they. Again, it's like pain. What is that experience? It's a learnt behavior, and I'm going to go back. Like, I can be controversial and say, for instance, PTSD. What is that? So, as a snapshot in time, you've had this traumatic experience, and when you get near it, you have this neurochemical reaction. You can't go near it. You avoid it, and all these other functions cease. Dr. Matt Worthington can use EMDR and all these processes to try and help you alleviate it. My thought process, and one aspect of what is PTSD, yes, you've had a traumatic experience. There's 8 of you. You've just been blown up in a tank. 2 people have died. You come back. 2 of you have got PTSD. 4 of you haven't. Why have 2 of you got it, and why 4 of you haven't? And it's, again, so in that incident, the learnt behaviors of your nature nurture have helped you arrive at a point where you then create this moment to protect yourself. So all of these emotions and the learnings from your childhood and your whole life have created this moment to protect yourself. It's a protection survival style. So even though we can try and learn to undo this, if you like, or normalize that experience, what is it that's in you that you still have, that you've learnt, that's going to place you in that position again, perhaps. So when it comes to emotion, or when it comes to all of those things that you're experiencing, or you're feeling, or you're reacting to, although the Defense Force and their training techniques are definitely like pushing you in that direction, there's a set of circumstances that have occurred in your learnings from your whole life that I guess make you more vulnerable to that moment, if that makes sense. So there's a whole and we can go back further and further into how it is that these things present within people.
Yeah.
But that's not to say then when it comes to the army and that style of situation,
Yeah.
for me as a belief, I think the way that they do it is on one hand not very efficient or good in some ways. If I was spending that much money on a super soldier, I'd be wanting to make sure his parasympathetic system, like his healing and digestion and all those other aspects, like this person's like a fully functioning level person, because like otherwise they're going to last so long and then you're throwing them away. It's a waste of money. Like if we're looking at the non-human aspect, like and if you've got enough people, like you can keep doing that and that's fine. But if we're evolving as conscious beings, then maybe we start to actually look at the whole health of a person. But then ultimately we're not even fighting wars, and we don't need to be angry to win them. We're sitting down to fight wars, and rather than what it is that we've done in the past. But that's a whole nother story.
Well, there's a lot happening.
Yeah.
That people don't know about, but yeah.
Yeah.
There is soldiers deployed, Australian soldiers deployed all over the world.
Yeah, I know.
Countries all over.
Yeah, I hear. And that's a whole other crazy system. Yeah.
The
what I've said then, like,
yeah.
Is there something in that sort of is uncomfortable, or how does that resonate with you? Like, just anything I said then.
No.
How does it feel?
I'm just learning. Like,
yeah.
I'm an idiot. I'm trying to learn.
No, you're not.
So I'm just trying to like piece together my own brain here, and like
cool.
So that all made complete sense to me.
Right.
It sit well with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to unpack all this later as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting podcast.
Cool.
I'm really into getting into it. So thank you so far. All right, so we've talked about All right, so how does moving the body help?
Yeah. Okay. So where I've come to recently, after I studied the mind, I guess in some ways with hypnotherapy, I went into a deep, I guess, spiritual sort of existence, and I've done a lot of work following gurus and some work under lamas, and I almost went into what some might call like spiritual bypass mode, where I went out and it's all about spirituality and the black and white of it, and leaving the emotions and the human experience. And in doing that, I found that my body and mind were kind of a little bit cranky with me, so I kind of needed to come back into the body to explore what it was trying to tell me. And that's where somatic experiencing therapy came in for me. And I started seeing a lady in Townsville. I think she's the only one still that's a somatic experiencing therapist in Townsville, Lisa Parker Health. And it was amazing. The last 5 years have been incredible. So
before we go any further, can you just explain what somatic therapy is? Because I'd never heard of it until I was recommended to talk to you. I asked my veteran support group if they have any questions about it, and most of them haven't heard of it. A couple had heard of it, but they really want to know what it is because they think it's beneficial, but we don't know. So can you explain essentially at the basic level what it is?
Yeah, so for me, what I see it as somatic or soma, it's such a buzzword now too. So I'm seeing hypnotherapists, all sorts of other therapists incorporating it in their language now because it's like trendy. So this new thing, and it's not that new. I think it's been around for 15 or 30 years. I can't remember. Soma, somatic, is of the body. So it's just a way of describing. So as a massage therapist, I actually work in a somatic sense naturally. So it's just of the body. But the somatic experiencing therapy thought process is so normal therapy or psychotherapy, so psychotherapy, psychology is of the mind, and that's a cognitive, what they call top-down approach. So it's understanding it at a certain mindset level. Somatic therapy is understanding it from a body felt sensation. So it's moving into the body and the nervous system, and where what some people now believe is where the storage of trauma occurs.
The chakra system.
Yeah.
Base chakra, like they say, has, or your root chakra stores your sexual trauma. Like, is that the type of
No.
not, I know you're not talking about the chakra system, but how the body stores energetically trauma, or like down to the cellular level.
Yeah, no, cellular level. It's more
DNA.
science. Yeah, it's more science than say spiritual. So chakras for me are the energy body, and so the energy body is separate to the. Well, it's not even separate. It's all, everything's intertwined, but it's a separate system in essence. So somatic therapy is very much based on a science sort of evidence-based system. So Dr. Peter Levine, one of the pioneers of somatic experiencing therapy, he's got heaps of books out. He was a psychotherapist, and now there's so many people on board with it. It's big in Canada, and it's filtering out. And even from somatic experiencing therapy, there's new other therapies that have sort of moved on from that. Like there's this new neuroaffective relationship models, and but somatic therapy is essentially what we call the bottom-up principle. So we're moving into the body, we're bringing the person back into the now, the feelings and emotions. It's like you're getting what we call a therapeutic alliance with someone, sitting in a room, you feel safe enough to become vulnerable. You're slowing time down. There's a time distortion, so we're moving into an altered state, which occurs in so many times a day, and people aren't necessarily aware of it. As we're there, we have efficiencies in altered states, and what we do is we try and help a person, we guide them into their body and to what we call tracking the sensations of what is occurring in the now. And as we help them to track, they then can move into these emotions or these experiences and start to track how these emotions arrive within their body, to the point where metaphorically you're asking things like what color, what shape, what speed, what size, what part of your body is you're experiencing. And so you're creating a dialogue with the body. So what you're doing is you're asking the mind and the body to come together and start to talk. And so what's normally happened is what we're seeing is a defragmented or separated process. So when they come together and they start to communicate, the person starts to understand how they're feeling and how they feel it. And it's like time has stopped, and they get to move into and see when anger comes, where it actually comes in and how it works for them. It starts here in my stomach and then it expands and moves up into my. So then,
is this on substances?
No, this is all in just this reality, this time. And when you take that and learn that, and you go into the fast world, so when we're out there and we've got so much going on and there's cortisol and adrenaline, and we're like, as that experience comes in, we've now learnt something new in a way that we're like, oh, here's that emotion coming. I've done this in a slow time, and time slows down, and you go, oh, this is how I experience this now. And usually in those sessions, you hopefully come to a point where you can track, and then you're guided to what might be an answer for this emotion arising. So at some point in time, this emotion arose for me, and I would store it in my body, and I would store it in an area of my body, and I'd get tighter and tighter, and then one day, and I'd blow up, and I'd release the energy on my child or my wife, and project that energy on them, right? So it's a build-up, and the frustration is the build-up of a certain energy or emotion over time. So now I guess I'm seeing so another way I'm like quickly looking at it is a Sifu I used to follow as a great master of Wing Chun Tai Chi in Asia, and very simply people would look at him and go, wow, you're so fast, because he can react like so quickly, and he's like, what? No, everything he sees is in slow motion. He's not fast at all. What do you? And the way he explains it is once you start to practice something enough, there are time distortions, and you move into these old states or the flow state. You then can you witness things in slow motion. So like a great footballer, he seems to have all the time in the world. The commentators are like, it's like he sees everything happening in slow motion, because he does. He doesn't even realize he does. So time's this man-made thing, right? But when you move into these flow states or these altered states, we can have efficiencies of learnings. So once you start to learn, oh, what can we do here? So then in the somatic experiencing world, and this is not taught in this world, this is my plugging into what I believe is happening. They are teaching how it is that these things arrive within your body. Can you track them? Can you experience them in a safe place? So a lot of times you have no place to experience these emotions. They're just reactions normally. But if we can go in and ask to get near, if you feel safe and you're vulnerable and you trust, you start to experience, then understand how it works and how it comes in. And eventually we look at what I call an antidote. What is it that can help you move this from this energy into this energy? So at some point, this person taught me or helped me. They never taught me. They guide you. They guided me to my answers. And eventually I was able to, even though I would go deep into some holes, they would help hold me and bring me out of them. But eventually I was able to find grace or love for my protection. So these arisings were protections for me to keep me safe in a moment in time. And that's just what I naturally do to protect. And as I was able to witness them in a slow motion state and come to love them, I could then, I guess, for want of a better description, heal them. I fell in love with them, and it's almost like they're there, but they don't have to be reactive anymore. They're actually like, in an Eastern philosophical sense, they talk about things coming and witnessing. Once you've done enough meditation, you become aware of what's entering, and you can stand back from it and go, here's anger. What do I need to do now? I breathe. I do my deep breathing. I assess, am I really in this situation? What can I do with it? So it's like you're not allowing that energy to rise anymore and then be stored somewhere, or you can learn to move the energy in another way. Some people go and do exercise perhaps to release energy. Massage, I know now, helps to release the symptoms of stored energy or emotions. But then I started to want to get deeper into, but why are they storing these emotions there? So, hypno is a brilliant tool to overwrite your subconscious patterns, but ultimately I'd love for you to become aware of why they're there and how it might be better for you to move into a new pattern of behavior. So this somatic experiencing therapy has allowed me to, sit and witness in a slow, safe manner those patterns of behavior that I've inherited from my family and my ancestors, and now can, slowly start to move them into other patterns of behavior. So in terms of new neural pathways, you're actually recreating. There's all this beautiful stuff. So Dr. Peter Levine, if you want to look up the NARM principle, can't remember the two psychiatrists that have created those neuroaffective relationship model books, early childhood trauma. They're just remarkable pieces of literature that a lot of other parts of the medical system have not plugged into yet or haven't seen. Dr. Gabor Mate, have you heard of him? If anyone out there hasn't, you should look him up. He's an incredible, probably the most sought after psychologist on the planet at the moment. And his belief systems around this and altered state work and how you can use these places and efficiencies to learn about yourself. So somatic experiencing therapy. It's a beautiful tool to move within the body, the bottom-up principle, to learn what it is that my body is trying to tell my mind, and to bring together like a system of seeing what my body's trying to tell my mind in that moment. The beauty is we all have these stories from the past, which is loosely depression. We also have anxieties of the future, future anxiety. But what somatics does is teach you to be in the now. So you can do somatic mindfulness exercises whereby you just come back to the now. And when you're in the now in the Eastern philosophical meditation stuff, when we're in the now, we generally don't have too many problems. So if we can then also shift some of that stuff somehow by witnessing and moving it into a new neural pathway, we can change those patterns of behavior. And for me, it's been hugely, like, even though I've done so many other therapies, it's been a beautiful completion of my my mind and body coming together and healing or seeing a lot of my learnt behaviors. Yeah, it's a fascinating process.
Is this something you do at home by yourself, or do it with a guide? Should you learn from someone? Can you learn on the internet? Like, and is this the second part of the question? The second question: what is this beneficial for? Is this for purely for PTSD? Is this good for depression, anxiety? Is this good for just built up emotions?
That's a good questions and good questions. And then, like, there's so many answers again because it depends on the individual. However, you know, I say this to so many people all the time: is it like the therapist, myself, this person I work with in a business we've started together, Lisa, and my wife Tracy, who we've started a new business outside of my Masua. So Lisa has her own business in somatic experiencing therapy. Tracy, I, and Lisa have got together and started a new business called Psychedelic Therapy NQ, and we utilize somatic experiencing therapy with altered state work, breath work, and ways to learn. Amongst us three, in a sense, we're always doing work for ourselves. And so, let's say we've been doing this work on ourselves for ever, as everyone does. We don't ever see a point where we won't be doing work on ourselves, nor do we feel that we don't ever not need anybody else, nor do we need anybody else. So that's a really strange answer, but we find that working with other people, there's a greater ability to allow. It's like someone's there holding you, and you can become vulnerable and you feel safe. You can then they can guide you. Sometimes you're just a little bit, when you're in that space, a little bit lost where to go. They can start to sort of reflect or guide you to where you need to go. So we are always utilizing each other and other people to help us, I guess, have that experience where we can see ourselves. We also, yes, after a certain amount of time, and there is no time limit, like great stories, you know, how long until enlightenment? 3 seconds, forever, your choice.
Twice half the time it took to get
Yeah, totally. So you can learn to do this yourself, yeah, for sure. Yet between all the people I know, we don't necessarily do it on our own because it's probably quicker done with others. So yes, we've learnt the tools so that we go in and I go and my biggest medicine is meditation, and somatic mindfulness, I guess, and I'll go into those spaces. And then at times it could be guided, it could be mantra, it could be whatever, but at other times it's moving into my body and asking questions. But ultimately, yes, I'm learning to track and try and find the communication, use those tools to work out what do you want, what is going on, how do I find, yeah, so you do learn to utilize this technique for yourself at home. Yeah, it's beautiful. Again, I'll say it's better done in twos, pairs, or with other guides.
Yep.
So there's both sides to that story.
Just because a lot of the people listening, like, they're spread out all over Australia, some rural people. So, like, how do they form
access
these? Like, I know a couple of my veteran members are part of the support group that live like remote Tasmania. And then I suppose, is somatic therapy approved by DVA as a treatment for depression, PTSD?
Yeah.
Like,
so, you know, there's a lot more therapists that are coming out now, somatic experiencing therapy. You know, one of the people within my clinic is a massage therapist, is now learning it because he's seeing how amazing it is, and it's just growing. Like, there's so many more people, and obviously if you're in Sydney or wherever, there's a lot more therapists. There's a lot of psychologists who are now doing it, and yeah, it's becoming quite popular. You can do it over the internet on Zoom, for sure. I think most somatic therapists, they like doing it in person because there is this energy and alliance. And what could be different about some? So I'd say to someone, somatic experiencing therapy is 50% what you learn and 50% who you are. So that therapist themselves brings in their whatever. So the person that I've been to in Townsville here, Lisa, she uses neuroaffective touch that she's learned training. So going into early childhood trauma and using touch therapy to help reconcile some of those emotions or traumas is kind of impossible to do touch through the internet though. So, but it depends. There's psychologists out there whose initial training is to never touch a person, and they would learn somatic experiencing therapy and possibly maybe not touch someone. So you can do this through the internet and learn the tools. It depends on the person though, because I have clients come in who are so intellectually clever, and they'll read all the books. They've read all the books. They come in and they know like way more than me about this stuff, and they know all the jargon and they can tell me all about it. And I'm like, wow, you know all of this, like. And yet, when I ask them to move into what they have learned in the knowledge, it's not a wisdom yet because they haven't applied it and they don't know it. So they've, when I've asked them to move into their body and we do an exercise of, I guess, somatic experiencing, or they're just not able. So you can have all of that knowledge without actually being able to, I guess, use it and create this experience. And yet there'll be people that have no knowledge of what it is you're talking, but be able to move into it quite quickly because they're actually really in tune with their body. So it's like an individual case by case, but I guess it's just the application of, can you do this? And here's a bit of a framework for how it might be, usable by you. And, but there are some clients where, they're not ready, or we're not able to reach them, or our skills aren't good enough, there's availability for them to find it. Here's the sad part is it available to DVA veterans? Of course. Is it funded? No. So it's one of those therapies that are kind of new.
Is it funded through maybe not DVA, but through like any healthcare providers?
No, nothing in terms of private health or all those things yet. I mean, it will come. It is my belief that it's one of the ultimate ways that we're going to really heal in a lot of ways. So one day it will be a normal, natural process that we will teach our children in schools because it's what's not happening.
I'm very intrigued with it. So I've got a 5-year goal of having a veteran holistic healing centre.
Cool.
And so that would be definitely something it'd be taught there.
Yeah.
Definitely very intrigued by it. Do you have a YouTube channel or a good YouTube channel other than books? Because a lot of people don't like reading books.
Yeah.
They can go and get information about somatic therapy on
There's
your website. Like, do you have like a specific person where you get information that dumbs it down, not so much super sciencey?
Yeah, it's a tough one, hey, because it's such for me, I say to people, it's a new language.
Yep.
So when they go and when I try and get them to do the therapy, it's such a new language. It can be so hard for so many people. It's a whole new language.
Because leading up to this interview, I like to do my research and so I can prepare questions and stuff. And I really couldn't find out much about it.
Yeah.
And then there was 100 different examples. It was just like, all right, I'm just going to ask questions.
Yeah.
It seems to be the easier option.
It makes sense. And again, I found it really difficult because I can't find a lot in a sense either. And so for me, I've just been trying to find words to explain it to people. And in Townsville, there's hardly anyone that does it. So, Lisa's the only qualified person. And even then, it's such a hard thing to transfer to someone in their mind. How is this going to benefit you? But once you plug into the right places, you'll start to learn. So again, maybe Lisa Parker Health.com.au. That's her website. And there'll be some explanations to there of what is somatic experiencing therapy. I think on one of her pages as well, she has her qualifications, and you'll be able to click on some links there to sort of places where there might be some information. Somatic experiencing, I think Australia, if you look up, there's a website there and that you can sort of briefly look at. But again, if we look at Dr. Peter Levine and you Google his name, you're going to see there are a lot of YouTube style videos around that you can look at his. And even again, although Dr. Gabamate doesn't specifically work in a somatic experiencing style of therapy, certainly there's attributes there, and there's lots of YouTube videos there. I think which people could access, which will help them. But yeah, so start the chase through maybe Lisa's website, Dr. Peter Levine's work, and go from there. Yeah.
And this was for I think it was a question that didn't get answered before: depression, anxiety, PTSD. Well, like what can somatic therapy is used for, and what to treat and heal what?
This is a holistic therapy. So for me, all of the conditions that you mentioned are kind of symptoms and or side effects of learnt behaviors or traumas that we've been given. And so I guess, there are beautiful therapies that you can use to help heal those specific incidences. But yet, what is the underpinning of how you got into that position? And so I feel from a human perspective and from that learnt behavior from our parents and our past, our lineage, yeah, definitely somatic experiencing therapy can aid in helping us become aware of all of those.
So, for example, as part of my healing journey, I've realised that I have a childhood trauma of lack of love, self-worth. Pretty much everyone would, I assume. So somatic therapies breaks it down. So it's not just like the incident of PTSD.
Yeah.
Then it breaks it down further. That
Correct.
goes back down to
your
parents didn't love you, or that whatever it was, and that's the trauma. It's
totally. Okay. Yeah. So and there's some people that sort of almost specialize these days in whether it's early childhood, teenage, and that sort of thing. But ultimately, yeah, it's about finding those moments and chasing them backwards. So for me, for instance, another example, maybe I'm dealing with anger. Why have I got this anger? What is it? And there are so many places that it comes from in some respects, but as I've learnt to track it and I've learnt where it is in my body now, my lower left back problems is attributed for me, I believe now, from a lot of anger issues I've had. So I've stored my emotions and energies there. So over time we learn in this part of the world to suppress our emotions. What is that? When you raise a vibrational frequency, which everything is a vibrational frequency, and if we don't express, so somatic experiencing is also about expression of, so it could be learning art, dance, singing, and all these facets of symptomatic release of. So it's learning how to release in a moment, but also, am I suppressing my energy, which a lot of us men in Australia do? And then how does that sit in and eat us up in a sense? So I was pushing it down there. Over time, I've learned where it sits in my body, how it works. And I've even then, as I've got more and more comfortable and sat with it, it's presented as, for me, a young child of 5 years old. I've given it a name, an age, and a point in reference in time where I've received this learning, I guess. And so now, I guess I have a deeper understanding and that I don't know, somehow, and they talk about this, you'd have to go and read the science of it, but they talk about it having changes at a cellular level. It really changes how your body sort of, I don't know, handles the information as it's coming through.
Interesting. I watched a video a while ago now. Cellular level, everything being energy and frequency and vibration. When the frequencies and vibration is off, you'd obviously, like, there's certain patterns that frequencies give off at certain that certain frequencies give, and at the cellular level, the dissonance of happening, if you're not functioning properly, it's vibrating at the wrong, it might be like 404 megahertz instead of 400. And at the cellular level, they've actually seen the cymatics change the cell. So like, it makes sense that we are affected at the cellular level.
Yeah, totally.
And that the brain can make us sick and heal us, which is the placebo effect. And that's like, you get someone, obviously brain can heal you. That's what
the mind.
The mind can make you sick. That's what depression and all that is. Can even make you like cancerous and everything.
For sure.
And it obviously can heal you.
Yeah.
Like, you look at all the studies with the placebo effect.
Yeah.
They're proving that it heals you.
Yeah.
Even the people that get diagnosed with cancer get a thing and they think they're healed, so they heal it, but really the drug did nothing.
Yeah.
And then they get told, oh, sorry, the drug did nothing, and then they get cancer again.
Yeah. And that's,
So it's amazing.
yeah.
Like, this is what I'm loving about this. And
Yeah.
then learning, like, the way I got into my spirituality healing journey was through quantum physics.
Yep.
Like, I love learning through cymatics and frequency and vibration and energy and stuff like that. So it's very interesting how the mind, even though it's separate from the body, like, it's completely different. It's why you can say open your hand and keep your hand closed. It's completely separate, but how much it affects the body
Yeah.
down to the cellular level.
Yep.
Incredible. And I love learning about it. Sorry, I just
Yeah.
went on my
No,
little
don't be
tangent there.
sorry. No, it's beautiful. And that's, for me, because after I did hypnotherapy and learning about the mind, because at that stage I kind of felt like, well, Dr. Michael Mosley, which most people probably know of, he's a British GP and he does all these docos on TV like SBS and for BBC, and he did the best placebo experiment ever. So if you have not seen his placebo experiment, you've got to watch it.
Okay.
The 3-part series, I think, I vaguely remember, and he did a sham clinic. He made up this doctor's clinic in London, I think it was, and it was ambitious. He got psychologists, neuroscientists, and they worked out, like, studied what was the best color pill, what's the best writing, and they made this miracle drug that was going to cure pain, and it was a rice pill. And they did lots of studies within studies, like, if we spend more time with these clients, will they get better? And so they did all these other studies within studies, and it was so amazing. And so at the end of his study, he had to get on stage. He was so nervous. He had to tell people, I lied to you, I'm sorry. But I think it was like, so people in wheelchairs for 20 years and all kinds of crazy. 54% of his respondents got cured of their pain.
Imagine if the companies could just do that.
Well, and here's the thing. So the mind and the body and all of these other facets of who we are, for me, it's not one thing over the other. Mind over matter, because mind does not always work over matter. I have friends who have been studying the British Sports Medicine Journal, famous runners who, a friend of mine was the greatest runner in the world, and he can push past with his mind all sorts of things to get, to run 862 kilometers in 6 days, right? And but yet at some point his body will break down, and if he doesn't listen, he knows there's going to be a detriment to it. So there's the culmination of really understanding that all of these facets have to work in together, because at some point, if we don't have all of them in symbiosis, one is going to overtake the other and go no. And so even though in hypnotherapy, the mind, I found, we can go back, regress into 5-year-old boys and get them to witness things and change stuff, we really need to address the whole systems together and bring them together to see it all together. Otherwise, I think there's a separation, and somehow that will eventually catch up to us.
Sorry. So do you mean by that, and I might be completely off here, so I've been hypnotized to quit smoking a few years ago, and it worked for like 4 months. But I'm assuming they tried creating a new neural pathway for that. However, it didn't hit the underlying reason as to why I'm smoking, why I'm addicted, which is why I went back to smoking in the long run. Is that what you're talking about?
That's kind of my belief. Yeah. So like, I do hypnotherapy, and so people come and they go, can you tell me that this thing doesn't exist anymore? And you can do that. It definitely works. However, part of me now wants to hit the underlying reason why you smoked. And once you've moved into that and I guess made peace with that, there's no reason for you to smoke. Mm-hmm. It's not about like pretending or making a new reality. It's like you're healing, or you're opening to what has occurred. And that tool, if we're really clever, we don't want to throw tools away. Like, why would you learn something, even if you think it's bad in one moment, mm-hmm. and then throw it away? Why wouldn't you want the knowledge of your learning? So really you want to make peace with it and go, oh, cool, thanks for being there. And one day when I need you again, you're going to pop up. But I don't really need you mostly. And if you push something away, like in the Eastern philosophies, if there's a rigidness about it, mm-hmm. it's avoidance. And if you avoid something, it's going to come back to you. And so, in essence, you want to move into that you fear, to embrace it. So even if you look at, say, Harvard, was it Ron Siegel, the head of Harvard psychology? He writes a book, and it's around normalizing your experiences. So I mean, and Gabor Mate, he loves this sort of work. He looks at what has happened or what has occurred is not a negative or something bad. It's a new thing for you to see and witness and move through. You know, there's no negatives in essence, even though the human has these emotional experiences that are so real, and they feel, you know, at that time really hard. It's a really hard thing to come across.
It's something I'm trying to understand now, that everything that happens, every situation, experience is neutral, and it's our own perspective that makes it good or bad.
Yeah,
And what are you talking about?
yeah, basically. So it's hard for someone in that situation, in that human experience, to maybe see or understand that when they're in that moment. But yeah, coming back into the here and now, and training that practice. If you're an Eastern philosophical person, they'll tackle it with meditation, and they say, come in and listen to the breath, hear it through this moment, through the nose, feel the rise and fall, and block out all the thoughts. And if they do come in like clouds and they move, you create that witness in that space. And the more you do that, you'll move into the neurochemistry of parasympathy. You'll have more healing and digestion, and that practice then allows us to become aware of arisings that occur, and we have space between thoughts. Bruce Lipton, another doctor, a microbiologist, epigeneticist, he's written a book on the biology of belief, and he spent 50 years trying to cure disease at a microscopic level. And then, this is me paraphrasing, and this isn't his words, these are my words, and most of everything here is my words. He sort of said, Eureka, I found the answer to disease. And he said something like, I think accepted science, 91% of disease is lifestyle choice. But he's saying it's probably 1% in his mind. And the reason why we have a lot of disease is we live in sympathetic response too much. So if we move into parasympathy, so his very short, this is my, again, the attachment to the thought, so the information comes into the senses, we attach to a thought that there's a fear or we're in danger, and then the neurochemistry floods. So the attachment to thought creates our physical form. So what our physical being is an attachment to the thought of something occurring. If we don't attach to the thought, we don't have the form that we don't want, in a sense. Can we unlearn that behavior? How can you do that? Simply moving into parasympathy more often. So Pavlov's dog theory, so that Russian scientist who rang a bell and the dogs had a physiological response of being fed every morning. I say to some of my clients, if you set up a practice of, say, meditation, and the bad part here is, or everyone says, I don't know how to meditate. Doesn't matter. If you move into a space for 5 minutes once a day, the same space, the same place, the same time, and meditation is exactly what you do, whether you think it's right or wrong, it just is. So you just make sure. So even if you, in the mind and your ego, which is the mind and protections, are like, you can't do it, you're not doing it, doesn't matter. Go and sit in that space and be in the now and listen to your breath. In that moment, you're not going to be anxious in the future. You're not going to be in the past. If you can then notice, if you do think of the future and the past, allow yourself to let go of that and acknowledge, okay, cool, I did think of that, but who cares? Here I am. And if you do that practice consistently, you're going to create a neurochemistry of parasympathy. So Pavlov's dog, every time you think you're about to go and do that, you're going to also create a neurochemistry without even doing it. So
think about food, salivate.
Yeah. So when you now set up this practice, you've now created a space between thoughts. And Bruce Lipton says, well, if we're not attaching to those thoughts, then we're not creating the environment or the physical form for us to be in, dare I say, a sympathetic negative response. So it can be that simple. So the Eastern philosophies teach that. Bruce Lipton's got like a lot of body of work that says, oh wow, if we don't attach to this, then we are going to be in this state, and that's the healing state. And then there's all this other sort of fallout from that. And the fallout is, I get to be aware, I get to acknowledge or find some of my, these behaviors or these patterns, and then you might be able to start I guess, looking at them and dealing with them with other people. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah. So for me, even if you don't have access to, say, somatic experiencing therapy, and if there's not a therapist around, and you can by all means plug into them, start to Google, and you'll start finding them, and they'll be in other cities, and they will do Zoom calls, and you can start to learn that process. Yes, it's costly. Yes, it's a psychologist that's done somatic experiencing therapy is going to cost more than a somatic therapist on their own without those qualifications, and it's cost prohibitive, and no one's covering it yet. Yet you could start this simple practice and start to become aware of these things. You could read Dr. Peter Levine's book and start to maybe look at these principles. A guru that I've done a lot of work or readings through or listening through podcasts, Ram Dass, whom I love. He tackled, I think, as far as gurus go, he has a very compassionate or hippie style of guru. Eastern philosophy is not as hardcore as some of the Buddhists, let's say. And he had, I would say, he's got a somatic style about him, as in he acknowledges the body and doesn't move straight into spiritual. And he would teach that the way he did it was via that spiritual and the ability to become aware of all of his, he calls it neurosis, and via meditation and creating that witness and finding the space. But then, maybe unbeknownst to a lot of people, he then went and acknowledged that my body needs healing though too, and the trauma that's in it. So he sought out, and he said, I spent most of my time finding the awareness of the space between thoughts, so my physical form was better, but there's always aspects that I couldn't deal with. So he sought out a Jungian psychotherapist, so Carl Jung, probably.
I've heard,
yeah, he's a famous psychologist from history. If you talk about chakras, Freud was like third density chakra. Carl Jung was the new generation of heart chakra psychologists, in my belief. And so he went and did a lot of psychology, mind-based stuff, but also body somatic stuff. And because he'd done so much work in becoming aware of everything and creating space in his mind, it only took 3 months to move through his body stuff. But I guess we talked about, I don't know how I got onto tangent, but Bruce Lipton and his work in relation to, and then a bit of Ram Dass, but how our physical form is, in some bodies of work, quite simply, it's a very simplistic theory, but I do believe in it, and there's a lot more work behind it. But that Biology of Belief is a book via Dr. Bruce Lipton, and he's training, I guess, that belief that if you move into parasympathetic practices or practices that help move you into that neurochemistry, that physical form that you create is more healthy for you, I guess, at times. So whatever that is, Qigong, Tai Chi, some forms of martial arts, flow state, meditation.
Recently been into, well, I don't know the difference between Qigong and Tai Chi, but because I got a lot of physical pain, started using contact staff.
Yeah, cool.
Like fire twirling.
Yeah.
Because it was good for my body and getting me moving around.
Exactly.
Well, actually, I think I started using, like, just moving my body. Tai Chi just started with my hands.
Ooh.
Once I felt energy for the first time, which happened because I put on a copper bracelet that was made in a certain way, like a qubit bracelet. Felt energy, and then I started moving the energy around. And now the flow state is very much what I'm looking for. Struggle to get there. I find it on the dance floor of festivals.
Yeah.
Which is why I like going there, because I'm completely free of judgment, free of my own mind. I'm in the moment. I'm not even normally dancing, eyes closed, arms flailing around, just completely in the moment. And that is like peace to me. It's the only time in my life where I felt free from everything. It's amazing.
I have a big belief. So that's a somatic practice, right? Okay. Because your body is expressing, and that's the whole system. So myself and my wife and some friends, we go along to Dance Freedom. So there's a lady, a friend of ours, Panya, and she hosts these dance freedom expression sessions. She does it around once a month in Townsville here, and we go there, and it's a very, they call it conscious dance. So it's a drug-free, alcohol-free environment, and we sit and gather, and we have a circle and ceremony to open, and we bring in an intention for ourselves, and then she has, and it's done via the elements, so it's earth, wind, water, fire, and the music is like sculpted in such a way you actually get that feeling of, fire is obviously quite high tempo, but you express with your body. So there's no talking. It's sacred in a sense. You can dance with another, but there's some certain little rules around it. But basically, you're there to express via your body, move, and listen to what your body wants to do in terms of that movement. So part of that is your ego going, oh my God, I can't dance. These people are looking at me. There's all these aspects you have to overcome in terms of fear. But ultimately, you get there, move, feel the energy, and you feel so much better. So
I remember the moment, the first time ever, that fear dropped.
Yeah.
I remember I'm there again. Like I just have to, and it's the most amazing feeling, and I can't even describe it to people. That feeling of pure freedom, like.
So
most of my life, I've fought for freedom without even realizing I didn't know what the fuck freedom was. Because I was, even in that moment at a festival, I was free from my own mind.
Yep.
Like, free from everything. Like, I remember being on the dance floor, dancing like I would at a nightclub, like, which is not, and very, like, watching everyone, and I'm like, I can't dance like a dickhead. People are judging me, like.
Your ego jumped in, right?
100%.
Yeah.
And this is it happened. Like,
which is the mind.
And then, because I talk to myself a lot and have a lot of conversations.
All of us do.
And I was like, none of these people are even looking at me. And then I was like, look at what they're wearing. Like, here I am dressed normal. Like, they're probably looking at me because I'm like normal looking. Well, not normal. That's the wrong word. But
whatever. It was just a made up story.
And then I was like, look at the way they're dancing.
Yeah.
And like, they're all happy and smiling. And I was like, fuck it. And just like, I remember, and just dropped. And then just started moving and smile. Like I just free, like music pumping. You can hear feet stomping on the ground, but there was like this silence behind it of like peace. It was, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah.
So we're like, for me, can you do me a favor?
Yep.
Could you close your eyes?
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to, like, I can see how much that meant to you and what it felt like. I'm curious if you could, I mean, you said you could name that moment, you could feel it. Like right now, I want you to move into that moment and see it again, feel it again. And as you're feeling it and experiencing it, just slow everything down and take a deep breath. And then you say it's hard to sort of relay or suggest what that is or push that into words. But right now, you're feeling it. Where are you feeling it? Think about your body and just take your time and just in your body, where do you feel anything in that moment? Take your time. What part of your body is talking to you? I can almost see a smile coming across. I'm wondering where your body's feeling that sensation. Is it in your chest, in your stomach, in your shoulders? Maybe it's in your face.
Funny, my heart quickened in pace. My breath feels
lovely.
shallower. Feel it in my feet, and in my lower spine. My feet. Like
I've sensed there's like an excitement with that energy because it's like wonderful and so there's this surge of excitement and
my head feels tighter. I don't know.
Interesting. And the feet, there's almost like this happy dance going on, right?
That might be it because that's how I stomp into the ground, release my energy, and like become one with the earth doing it.
And seeing you now, there's a movement that kind of moves
Like,
in, and it wants to. The body wants
my
to
heart like syncs up with the music
syncs up. So in
Like-
time.
and just
And how does the heart feel there? Is it
feels expanded.
expanded? So it's
Yeah.
opening and
Yeah.
expanding. And what does that feel like to you? It's a good.
Yeah, it's a nice
Pleasure,
warm, like
yeah.
it's a good feeling.
It's warm as well.
Yeah,
And the breath, though, interesting.
Yeah,
You can
it's
be
like-
excited in one moment, but the breath slows.
like like my heart is expanded, which has shortened the lung capacity of my breath. Like if my chest feels full,
Hmm.
I can still breathe the same amount, but it doesn't feel like my chest feels full. if that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like it feels full and tight. Like
Yeah,
good,
right.
though. Like
So just feel into that for a second. Just sit there and feel into it. Feel into the chest and the breath. And again, I see this nice relationship between that, and your face is kind of smiling again. It looks like it's nice. But that energy and that moment in time that you are experiencing now is within you all the time. So it's not just,
I also feel like crying.
yeah, beautiful.
Um,
Just sit here with it. I'd love for you to sit here if you feel comfortable and safe. Sit here with that. Where is that coming from? That's just an expression, a release of energy. Beautiful.
to be honest, I've been wanting to cry for a few weeks and haven't been able to.
Just breathing and feeling in. And if that feels the right thing to do and comfortable for your body, then allow it. You feel safe. Knowing that there's just another expression that the body can do to help move energy. And in that beauty that you experience, that excitement, there's almost like a sense. This is just me and my words and feelings, but like this beautiful sense of allowing, and the body's like this happy sadness that's that it finally gets to express what it wants to express. And what's happening for you now in your body?
My left shoulder, like trapezoid strap.
Yeah, it looks elevated and tight. Mm.
Feels like it's tight in me.
It's interesting. And is that connected to that energy that wanted to express the sadness or the tears?
Yes, when I felt it.
So did your shoulder perhaps in response reaction tighten or amazing. So what could that shoulder use right now? What could you do for that shoulder? Like what does it need? Inquire into it. Just sit with it. Breathe in. Just asking the tension obviously requires something to release. What is that? What does it want?
Right.
Amazing.
But might not do that right now. I
Cool.
might do that.
Yeah, this is probably not the time or place, and I'm sorry to take you there.
No,
man.
that's all right. No, it's good.
But we just
It's
followed.
good because I now know, like, what to do, and people can see, like,
Yeah.
that that's essentially a side of things. And you could, once you start feeling shit.
So once you move into, so in this moment you pseudo-regressed into, in a hypnotherapy sense, moment in time, right, in the past. And the beautiful thing is once we kind of learn that this experience or this emotion that we've had is ours to keep forever, you can then, I guess, embody that, as in bring it in now. And you can then discover so many other things as you embody, and as you get into that principle, these other things arise and you get to work with them. And that's amazing. And then if we allow what our body wants to express, we can release this stored energy, these.
So if I'd gone through and followed through what my body was saying to do, which I think pretty sure was cry, like I felt that emotion ball right up. I was almost at the brink then. After I cried, would that sensation be gone?
Well,
Like, how does it look? I mean, I suppose that's an individual, person by person,
yeah, totally.
case by case thing. But for you, for your experiences, when you feel and do this, what does it? Is that for you? How does it look for you?
Yeah. So when I release my emotion, so whether that's through crying or whichever other way, I'm moving the energy from one place into another. So I'm pushing it out of my body, I guess, and releasing it. And so in this case, that might need that crying is an expression and energy, letting go. So then I would feel relief. I would feel lighter. Sometimes this is not just symptomatic relief, like massage. We move energy for people in a way. They come in and we're doing the same thing, pushing into muscles and trying to help them relieve suppressed energy. In this way, we're learning to do it ourselves. And again, in men in Australia, we're taught not to cry, so we hold it. And in this case, like if it were me, and other experiences I've ever had, in somatics, I don't want to get, my experiences are now, I've been doing it for a little bit, and I can have lots of body contractions and lots of movements where my body is, I'm allowing my body to move through and let go of trauma, stored trauma. And there's contractions and movements, and afterwards there's a difference. My body then does other movements where, now that I've let go of some of my energies, it moves through a process of almost like settling everything, and there's an oscillating and difference of feeling, and you sort of reorganize yourselves, you reorganize your body, so that it's not just sometimes relieving symptoms, it can actually be a healing and a letting go of even a whole behavior, perhaps. I mean, that sounds extreme, and it's probably pretty rare, but it's possible. So, but yeah, short of it, you probably just help release a lot of tension in your body, and then bang, you feel a lot better. And then now you have a tool. So in slow motion, you've gone, I've learnt to track. Can I sit in here, find something, have an expression, whether it's dance, whether it's crying, whether it's something, and bang, I release it, and now I've got that out of my body. I'm moving more into a parasympathetic state. I feel more connected and alive. My heart's open. Like, there's all these benefits of doing this sort of work. So yeah, it's beautiful.
Definitely something to look into. Definitely something I'm very interested in, and I think should become a bit more mainstream if it's and see if we can get DVA or healthcare providers to at least offer it, if it's that helpful, which I assume it is. They're slowly coming around to the alternative and holistic health side of things. They've just got to figure out how to profitize it first. So
yeah, it's a part of the whole system, isn't it? Like the energy philanthropy swapping of how you do it, but ultimately, it's hopefully that human connection is like the ultimate goal, rather than dollars and cents and all that sort of stuff. The other beautiful part here is something I haven't touched on, is that new style of business we've opened, there's lots of new teachings and learnings coming from, especially, and every institution now is doing their homework, but Harvard and Yale, the Imperial College of London, Johns Hopkins, and they've all got these divisions or psychology departments that are now working with psychedelic therapy. So these kinds of medicines they're now seeing, and they've done research now, and they've been live healthy human sort of research trials where they're having remarkable evidence to help people heal through PTSD, chronic depression, all sorts of eating disorders, and a host of mental health problems. And what I've found now, and myself and with Lisa, we went away a couple of years ago and we did a course in we did a certificate of psychedelic assisted therapy, and funnily enough, somatic experiencing therapy is one of those therapies that are aligning really well with psychedelic assisted therapy.
My question was, because you said the somatic therapy, you go into that trance-like state, which is psychedelic essentially, because it correct me if I'm wrong, and remember I am an idiot. At that state, your brain produces chemicals which produces that psychedelic effect, like DMT and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that what's happening in this somatic therapy state? Is you are putting yourself into that trance-like state, which is to me a psychedelic state. But if you can science me up and help me.
Yeah, right. So then there's some evidence now to suggest, like for instance, like if you do holotropic breath work, so when in the 60s when everyone was told you're not allowed to do this anymore, so Ram Dass, for instance, was Richard Alpert. He was one of the heads of Harvard psychology, where they were with Timothy Leary, and they were experimenting with psychedelics and what were the potentials. When it all got shut down, there was a guy by the name of Stanislav Grof who I think he went into Europe, and he was like, okay, well, how can we keep studying altered states? So they came up with this holotropic breathwork, which simulated a very similar state to taking a psychedelic. And so essentially what we're doing is achieving an altered state. So again, we get into altered states, going back to my training in hypnotherapy, maybe 35 times a day. But I think it's more than that these days with phones. So when you look at a phone, you're in an altered state. Okay. Yeah, and you're getting hypnotized. Yeah. So what is that? So people are afraid of maybe that terminology and what is hypnotherapy, what is an altered state. But yeah, when you're meditating, you're in an altered state. So any other state other than this reality, or psychologists call it state change. So when you watch a movie, when you read a book, when you drive on the highway for a long period of time, you're moving in a state change and or an altered state. Again, there's learnings and efficiencies. With holotropic breathwork, though, we're moving into the ability, there's not hard science, but there's theories around us, using breath to stimulate, oversupply of oxygen, essentially maybe hyperventilating.
Well, I've done breath work. I've done ancestral child healing, where I was like,
yep. So you're starving yourself of oxygen in essence. But what you're also doing is, if you're doing it,
off breath work.
Well, you don't have to go that hard in reality, but you can as well. But you can also, if you're starting to feel that, you can do some physical stuff to stop you getting like that. At the same time, once you practice more and more, you get to these states more quickly. You don't need to be as aggressive in that technique. But yes, if you're breathing correctly, you can use the breath to, they talk about the vagus nerve. You're stimulating via the diaphragm and belly breath, the vagus nerve, which supposedly, it joins most of our major organs to the pineal gland in our brain. They're now learning stuff about the pineal gland. If you look at there's Dr. Joe Dispenza and his work, and they're talking about this.
I mentioned him before.
Yeah,
about healing, how the brain can heal.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. I do a lot of Joe Dispenza meditation, and there's crystals in the brain. But look, ultimately, there's the release of DMT. They're saying. So what is DMT? Well, it's available in every country, and it's in different forms. So it's in nature, but it's highest at our birth and highest at our death, and our body produces it. Very small concentrations, but they've done studies and found monks who meditate a lot have higher concentrations of DMT, and they call that the spiritual drug. So when you do breath work, you're supposedly raising the DMT into the pineal gland. And when you put it into the brain through that barrier, right, rather than put it in your body another way, it can't, like, not can't, but it gets out less quickly, let's say. And so it sits in there and you can utilize it, I guess.
Is that because it puts it at like the cellular level?
Oh, it's not so much a cellular level, it's just a blood-brain barrier, they call it. So it's just not able to be cleaned out of your body as quickly. So you can use this chemistry to do things. So again, you don't need to have elevated levels of DMT, though, to move into an altered state. It happens very easily by looking at your phone. So I guess for me, and what I think happens when you move into certain states of consciousness, there's different levels. And if you want to move past your mind, so what is your mind? It's probably a collection or a bunch of protections and what we might say is your ego, a bunch of things. Sometimes, though, because it protects so much, you might want to move past your protections. So some of these medicines, or how we can get those medicines, so through meditation, or will move us past protection, and then we can see from a different viewpoint. So
talking about psychedelics, I've tried mushrooms a couple of times, a handful of times. Tried DMT once. I don't seem to get a hugely psychedelic effect when I've tried things.
What is a psychedelic effect?
Well, exactly. I might have a bunch of expectations to it, which might be limiting my thing. But I've also been told that my ego might be stopping me from doing anything, because my brain is so used to being in control, it's not allowing the medicine, plant medicine, to do its job.
Yeah.
Which is crazy in itself. But yeah, so, and then my experiences, mine aren't super visual. I feel like connected, if that's my word, like grounded maybe. And sometimes I can see like a netting covering the world. That's my experience. I haven't had like any deep, profound realizations. I also think my problem was I was using it to expand my brain to solve problems. So I'd be like going into it, I'm going to take this because this isn't just an example, but the world is hungry and I'm going to solve world hunger. I'd then take it and sit there trying to solve, like thinking about world hunger and trying to solve it, like as an example. But I don't know if that was the way to do it. Whereas I've now been told to sit there in a dark room, play some music. But yeah, that's my experience. I'd just like to get your thoughts on it, because I know that you are a guide of sorts, and this is your expertise. So before we go into it, what is a psychedelic? And then what does a psychedelic guide do?
Psychedelics, I guess the terminology refers to probably a medication that you can take, or and there's various forms of psychedelics that they classify. There's obvious psilocybin, there's especially in the therapeutic world, psilocybin, MDMA. There's these other ones that are coming.
MDMA's classed as a psychedelic?
Sorry? Yeah.
MDMA's classed?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. And it's probably one of the only synthesized forms of psychedelics, I guess, that they use. Most of these other ones, that's untrue as well. They synthesize psilocybin now as well. Yeah. So when they do,
I've heard that that's what they prescribe.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah,
which no one has been prescribed.
Not in Australia, but overseas, they
so
use.
That's a synthesized.
Yeah, synthetic form of that chemical.
Why?
Because they can't control for every person in terms of research. They need to have the exact same amount type
thing.
Thing.
A benefit? Is there?
There's a very big argument about all that.
Okay.
So there's a trial at the moment so as a part of my learnings through my course, and then being very active in this field now in terms of keeping abreast. There's a newly formed association, Australian Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Practitioners, and the board, they're trying to pave the way for what is this going to look like in the future, and how do we keep this in parameters that keeps everyone safe. And at this moment, the TGA reclassified psilocybin and MDMA as of July last year from a class 9 to a class 8 for psychiatrists who have been approved to prescribe them. And so under that, and of yet there's only a couple in Australia that can, and we're a long way from anywhere where we need to be able to do it. But in America, where they've been using this, and in other parts of the world where they've been doing the trials, they've been allowed to, they're using the synthesized versions to get, in terms of research, those psychiatrists and researchers are getting, I guess, the exact parameters where they can kind of measure things. But in Australia, we've got a lot of real trials. So the TGA kind of said to these groups of people, we want Australian data before we allow this into Australia, because we don't necessarily, Australians are different to every person on the planet apparently. So at Monash at the moment, there's some healthy person trials that are live. So through the places where we learnt, the reason why they put these certificates out and they've started the teachings is they need the people to deliver the research trials. So they're doing it as we speak in Monash. There's a trial at Perth at the moment where they're also doing research around psilocybin or magic mushrooms. But not only is it about the outcomes of the therapy around it. So, and what they're really trying to push here is that medicine isn't the cure. It's the ability to use a medicine, and it's the therapy that actually helps the person. It's a tool. Yeah. So meditation is a medicine, and it can be one of the best. And it's just another tool that helps people maybe get nearer sometimes. So the beauty of the one in Perth, this trial in Perth, is they're actually starting to grow mushrooms and go, well, okay, rather than use, this 5 milligram whatever, can we grow mushrooms in a certain environment and get a fairly consistent, medicine? So that's part of the research trial that's going on at the moment. So then in those other worlds, some people argue we'll never really get this really specific, accurate. But in a mushroom, how many compounds are there, and how do we even know that it's just that one thing that's really doing all the work? Is there 32 other things that...
So here's my next question. I attended a talk on marijuana, and inside of that talk they were talking about your prescription marijuana, your medical marijuana, how it's freeze-dried, and all the microbiomes and everything that is used to grow with marijuana that potentially could be a part of the actual medicine now gets taken out, so that people have a specific amount with no bacteria, no nothing.
Yeah, right.
And so that's like, when you were just saying, that's sort of the same thing.
Yeah,
well.
For sure.
That's why I was so big on the, when you said it was synthesized, is because once again, it's a plant, just like marijuana is, that grows in soil, that takes on, you'd assume, that DNA and everything of everything around it and of what you feed it and everything like that. And that all combines to make the medicine. If you just take one part out, like it might be the part that makes you psychedelic, like makes you trip, or whatever word you want to use, but you're getting the health benefits behind the rest of it. Because for me, mushrooms, this is why I'm so intrigued by it, mushrooms, like the trip is one side of things. Me, I'm intrigued by the healing side of things.
Yeah.
Are you still going to get the same healing out of the psilocybin if it's synthesized and not with all those microbiomes and everything else and bacteria and stuff that comes from planet Earth? Or you're just going to get the psychedelic, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. And that's the beautiful part of that is, I guess that's what makes this world go round, in that there's so many of us that see things differently. And that, for instance, what I love about science, for instance, that word, but there are researchers out there that really want to understand this. So I love that some of those people are kind of coming in and going, well, what is it that makes this that experience? The thing about the research and sciences, though, is I guess we always provide these questions and then they go and try and find answers, and then we're always playing catch up with science, right? So it's more, okay, well, how does that work? And we learn eventually, but then I guess there's more. And sometimes I guess there's this beautiful thing that sometimes we don't know what the answer is. I have a feeling, and like you listen to mycologists like Paul Stamets, who's, I don't know, the godfather of mushrooms.
He's only got me.
Yeah, right.
Completely intrigued about the healing powers, not just psilocybin, but lion's mane, turkey tail,
totally,
all of that. Like I think that fucking blows my mind.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We don't even know. We've only discovered however many of, hundreds of thousands of things, and so, what is it that makes, how many compounds is it that makes up that? Yeah, but when I I kind of look at the research and the scientists, and I understand what they're trying to do and how they're trying to help us. It's amazing. Again, I come back to the therapy, I guess. And if there's cultures, and I have a really deep belief in this, our ancestors and people from certain places that have been doing this for tens of thousands of years, is it wrong what they've been doing, their ceremonies, there's a whole part of this, what we call setting, that allows for more to occur perhaps that we can't measure, and honoring those ancients and their sort of wisdom that has come from tens of thousands of years of experience. Just because we don't have a piece of paper that says how it works doesn't mean it doesn't work, and we've been doing it for that long, perhaps, that and is there any potential risk or side effects? I mean, if there are, can we try and minimize them? Is what we really truly need to do for therapy.
Is there side effects to,
for sure,
let's just say psilocybin?
So psilocybin is one of the
OD on it.
According to what I've found, and so in my course that I did through my teachers, no. So you would need, well, yeah, the answer is yes, if you do it in a silly way, maybe if you tried to inject it or something like that. And they talk about consuming maybe more than 14 kilos of mushrooms to OD from it. But they say in terms of half-life,
14 kilos of mushrooms,
it's not going to happen.
Come be on this podcast.
Yeah. So it's not going to happen, essentially. And that's one reason why it's a really safe. But there are other side effects, like some people who are on certain medications, the reactions with them can be quite harmful.
Like schizophrenia, psychosis.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I explain a story? This is, first time I ever attempted any psychedelic was like last year. But a few years ago, me and a mate were on a road trip from Brisbane to Townsville, and we stopped at a place called Mushroom Valley Festival.
Yeah.
I've never been to anything like it before in my life. That night we took MDMA, and then I woke up the next day and he was in full psychosis for a week. He ended up in hospital, like jumping into rivers, thought everyone was trying to kill him. Scary, thought I was trying to kill him. Like, he wouldn't even trust me, and I'd known him since we were 6 years old. Now, I don't know if he took anything other than MDMA, because I didn't give it to him. Like, there is a thing called lolly water getting around some of those festivals where he might have, but that sort is like scary to me, the psychedelic side of things. Now, is that something that him personally, is it like, would you know what would have triggered that? Like,
you mean, yeah, what was in his body in a sense, but also I have a feeling that, and
can MDMA do that? Like a psychosis?
Well,
like
yeah, it's
completely flip reality.
But it's a mixture of you and whatever you've taken. So, why does it happen? Like pain again? How come it's different in each of us? Our chemistry. People talk about chemistry a lot, and that matters. But for me, again, it's like, where are you at in your life to have had PTSD? So yeah, a problem with even therapeutic use of some of these medications is it can cause or not cause. Person's probably already, in terms of labels, disassociating from aspects. It can push them further into a disassociation, which is kind of like you might say, is further from where you want to be in terms of using them. But if you look at Gabor Mate's work, and he loves his psychedelics, and he's saying that whatever does come up is another opportunity for you to get nearer to your truth. However, we don't want to put people in these sorts of situations where they can be harmful to themselves and others. So,
is there a certain type of person that's predisposed to?
You'd say this,
or is it an experience?
It's not in a person. You'd say that there's a set of circumstances that's occurring within a person that you would be very careful about, placing them in that style of therapy. So there's checks and balances, and like when you go and do this kind of coursework, there's no, you got to check all the boxes. But given it's not available as a therapy really yet, it's like the training that we've done, and we've used holotropic breathwork to mimic these altered states. And so through our company, that's what we've done, is we do breathwork to try and help people mimic that state, and then we do integration therapy. But it's bringing them into, so we do harm minimization at our work now. So it's integration therapy, with somatic experiencing therapy, bottom-up principle, and bringing people into this moment of, I guess, a journey, if you like. So the holotropic breathwork experience, you want to prepare someone, and you want to have as much knowledge on board, and then you want to address the ability to track through their body. And once you've met those parameters, you still need medical aspects of, and then you're looking at a history, and you're like, is this person going to handle this experience? Can they? And it's going to be different anyway when you get there, but you want to try and minimize all those risks. But coming into therapy, so the funny thing is, in all the research they've done overseas, really interestingly, when you take these psychedelics on their own, I guess, and what we would say as an externalized view, there are certain side effects or patterns that would exist that don't when you do therapy. So as an internalized situation, when you go into therapy, they seem to work differently, because you're not bringing in sort of all of the sensations. You're actually going internal into your own experience. And they seem to be having maybe less side effects in that regard. But it's certainly how you bring someone into that environment, and then how you help them move out of it. So the integration therapy is not then allowing them to just let them go and have all of these sorts of...
Get into integration therapy after, because something I've learned as well after a psychedelic trip is you've got to integrate what you've learned properly, which I have no idea how to do. We were talking about... Fuck, I've got so bad for this.
So the
Worst podcaster with my bloody
psychedelic
memory.
therapy you were asking about in terms of can you overdose and that sort of
Yes.
stuff. And so, I mean, look, I've done the training certificate of psychedelic assisted therapy through Dr. Trail Dowie and Nigel Denning, who are amazing people. And I've since then and prior to that, I've lots of research, constantly trying to soak all this stuff up. And like I said, with AMAP, that newly formed association, going down and learning and trying to soak it all in. But it takes time to learn all this stuff. And so I'm by no means anywhere near. I'm just a dude at the bottom of the heap,
We're all just a bunch
Yeah,
of dudes
yeah.
at
So, what I'm not a gospel, or I don't claim to know everything about it yet. I do really love the possibilities with this kind of work. So our harm minimization approach at the moment, we kind of just figured, we hear of people doing these experiences, so we really want to try and I guess put ourselves out there to help them, because they are having problems and traumas, and the system's sort of not necessarily helping them. And so as they go and chase these experiences, and then having potential outcomes that they're not really able to hold on to, we're kind of coming out and going, look, this kind of therapy that we do, a somatic experience approach, mixed with this psychedelic assisted therapy integration, we'd really like to help people come into these experiences and come out of these experiences with the best possible outcome. So until such time as we're allowed to be a part of a team of psychotherapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, and helping DVA people eventually will be some of the key frontline people that will go through these systems, I believe. And whether that's 5 years or 10 years, I don't know. We would love to be a part of that process to help those people heal from not just that like that PTSD moment, but my belief is to go backwards and through and help heal from those things that they probably brought into their existence from family, whatever.
From their life experience.
From their life experience,
experiences,
learned experiences. So the psychedelics are a beautiful medicine that help us move next to the amygdala to help us in a beautiful way not have the reactions in that moment. So it can kind of like help us normalize and re-experience without all the trauma. Sometimes there's thoughts and theories around maybe going and doing talk therapy. You're basically rehashing the same neural pathways and re-traumatizing. And this, apparently under MRI, they show when someone's ingested this medication, it lights up every neural pathway in the brain, and you almost then have an ability, I guess, to choose the new pathway. If, put it mildly, rudely, can you help someone navigate down a different
So is that
pathway?
essentially what it's doing? Is open up new neuroplasticity pathways, neural pathways?
Yeah.
It's getting rid of the old scarred ones. We're not getting rid of them, but it's
No.
creating the new one and redirecting traffic down that new one.
The possibilities there.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're opening up the possibilities for.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
that's the potential.
Because I smoked for 20 years, cigarettes.
Yep.
And I started microdosing mushrooms, psilocybin. And on like my third day, I woke up and decided that I didn't want nicotine to control my brain. And I haven't wanted a cigarette since.
Amazing.
From that moment. And I tried giving up 10, 15 times before, hypnotherapy included.
Yeah.
And nothing worked. And I don't know if it was the magic mushrooms. Like I have to put a lot of it too because it was the only new thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in a better headspace as well already.
Yep.
So maybe a combination of things. But yeah, that like I haven't had a cigarette since. And I haven't wanted it. It also doesn't disgust me. You know, like a lot of ex-smokers, they're like attracted by the smoke or they're
Yep.
like, ugh. Like,
Yep.
It's just neutral to me.
Yep. Cool. And that's powerful, right? That's a powerful story. And like for me, I try and explain to people now, you know, whether it was that mushroom, and we can do a lot of research, and when a researcher finds and sets the parameters up so that everything's sort of almost the same, and then they measure the outcomes, and then there's like, okay, well, this is why it worked. And that makes sense to me. It's really cool. Yet, like from that placebo experiment Mosley did, and from hypnotherapy, we can also learn that what I call belief weaving, it kind of doesn't matter sometimes. It's the belief in what's going to occur. So even though someone's gone through, you know, research and experiments, some people come out of that and they don't have an effect that was probably, you know, well, 75% of people, they got better. So I don't know what's wrong with this 25. Potentially, I don't know, 50%, 25%, 10% of those people who got better or whatever, maybe just believed that they were going to.
Mm-hmm.
And so now when you go to someone with a white coat and a whatever, and they say, do this, people believe that they're going to get better.
Maybe the people that didn't get better didn't believe.
Yeah, as well. Exactly. So, so it's a host of things that occurred in your period of time that you say, well, that didn't work, that didn't work, that didn't work. But maybe there's like, from that experience, there's a new learning. And then it was just that one that helped you move into the potential possible. These are stepping stones to get to where you did heal, or you did eradicate, or you did. And so for me, I guess I say to people all the time, there's always stepping, like, oh no, that doesn't work. I've tried that. And yeah, but maybe by doing that, it got you to this moment in time where you can now accept what it is you needed to accept to believe and heal what it is that's occurred. So, you know, why does something work for someone and it doesn't for another? It's that stuff really like intrigues me. Like I'm curious, like how can it all be so different? So somewhere in there for me, there's like really and I can't explain it, there's a belief weaving thing that can occur via an energy process that people who really want something make it happen.
Law of manifestation.
Exactly, yeah,
Putting
totally.
yourself at a higher frequency, attracting that future or whatever of that frequency towards you. It's hard to delve into and explain. I wish I could explain it better. But because you've got to go, for people to start believing it, like this, you've got to go right back to base level science of what energy frequency is and then expand from there. And it's a 3-hour podcast by itself.
And the stepping stones needed for you to be able to come into that belief system needed to occur for you to get there. So to take someone, what is 3 seconds forever, the, you know, you becoming a god or something. But it is possible for someone to move into that enlightenment, let's say, straight away. However, from history, it sort of seems that they needed to go through all these stages.
500 previous lives had to learn certain lessons, and then this one, they might have repeated that same lesson 100 times, but you're the person. This 3D version of you, this physical realm, is the one that learnt the lesson. So therefore you can extend to the next one, which might be Christ consciousness.
So this is the hard part of, selling the science and the research and the wonder drug and the therapy and the whatever. In this moment in time, to this person, I can say, you can manifest exactly what you want. Your reality. There is neuroscience now to suggest that your reality, there's a set of sensors, And if you receive information via those senses and create a visualization and then reinforce it enough, and especially the key ingredient is emotion. So this is how hypno works.
Yep.
And that vibrational frequency, that reality creating emotion, creates a reality. And then, so your summary of that, some sort of study I read once upon a time, was your actuality, your reality is created from a combination of those ingredients and reinforced enough that you actually start to see it. So I can do hypnotherapy and get you to witness a clock on the wall, and that's now your reality, right? So, but to say to someone in their predicament, in their depth of their crushing whatever it is, that that's possible is potentially hurtful and impossible to see and believe. So what I love is, can we have enough compassion and empathy and love to be able to get them to see the stepping. So when I massage people now, what I say to people is, what I'm actually massaging is their minds. And it's like, where is the next stepping stone for this person to believe how they can heal? So, and being a jack of all trades in essence, and coming across so many modalities and thought patterns, I love being able to massage someone and find a way in. And then and when I get a buy-in and a belief in something, I follow it. And then, so you create more stepping stones for them to come to that point of taking the microdose to heal themselves. So again, and I don't get sometimes caught up, but I need to also acknowledge that we do have systems and we need to sit within certain parameters, but the belief and or some people get angry with me and go, but that's not therapeutic. It's wrong. And it's like, but it isn't, because it worked. Like, it worked for them, and that's all that matters. And as long as no one's harmed, in essence, that's what we kind of hopefully could be chasing. So, can we have the compassion to help see someone move into that stepping stone? What is it that we can utilize and use? And it's just such a fascinating process for me to get them to move into that next step. So a DVA veteran that has gone through what they've gone through, I cannot imagine what they're dealing with, and the emotions and the horrors. And yeah, is a magic bullet possible via a mushroom? I mean, they've got
I know people that say yes.
Yeah, they've got research that suggests it for sure.
I know personal people that say
yes. Totally. And then there's people that hasn't worked for.
Then there's people that, like you even mention magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
They shut down. You're illegal. You're fucking
totally.
Like,
yeah. So us, we've gone out there now and put our business out there, and we're getting a lot of, we've thought long and hard. My wife, this friend that we've started, this is going to be painful in essence, because there's a lot of stigma around what we're suggesting. So we're trying to start pushing it out there that this is a possibility, and they've been doing it for a long time in other places, thousands of years. And
like every ancient culture.
Yeah, totally.
Well, they even say Moses got the 10 Commandments from because it was the mountain of burning bushes, and that hill is known for acacia, which is DMT.
And through a lot of the reading I've been finding, and so in Christianity and a lot of the books from the ancient times, and what I love about, say, the yogis and reading their stuff, they kind of have a older history than, say, Christianity. And within some of those books, there's a lot of pictures of mushrooms and
lotus flowers. And
what they did in all those times was actually utilize these things to have their transpersonal experiences. And, listening to someone like Ram Dass again, loosely, my words say that the modern day church has lost its ability to help people, I guess, see these miracles in essence, and because they're not utilizing the medications they might have done in the past. But
yeah, it's modern day church is different to, I think, how it started.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny. So this last year now, some reason Jesus has been popping up in my head a lot. No idea why. Like, a lot of stuff happening. So I started looking into it. Still not sold on religion, but I'm still delving into it. What I found, Jesus' real name is Yahweh. Yahweh, they say, comes from breath in and breath out.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yahweh.
Cool.
It was just something I just
awesome.
And I
instinctually, somewhere in me, I believe coming back into all of like all the teachings I receive is coming back into the center for me, my center. And for some reason, one of the things that in human form that we are given, that we have freedom to use is the breath. The breath literally is this one tool that no one can take away. If they do, we're not here anymore. It doesn't matter. So yeah, I somehow I can understand how that.
Yeah, well, I just saw something. It was like, yeah, we call it Yahweh, but if we added, but we originally started, there's a sound.
Yeah. Yep.
Yahweh, and then that's how. Yeah.
Cool.
I just thought it was cool. That
Yeah.
Yeah, about breath. And breath I've only just started learning about as well. Like we do it in the military. Some people call it box breathing. Some people call it combat breathing, depending on what it is. But that's like to calm us down in the moment, which is amazing.
Yep.
But then you mentioned to veterans, I should do breath work. And I'm not doing breath work, that's woo-woo and that's spiritual. And like, you know it though.
Yeah.
In those times where you're anxious or whatever, do you slow your breathing down or breathe deep? Or that's essentially all it is.
Well, it's beautiful. I utilize it all the time. I give it to my clients all the time. Number one and the end game is probably breath. And
it's how I get into my moment.
Yeah.
Get into the moment, into the now, through breath. I just say in and out.
Yeah.
Focus on that. And
totally.
And then you can't, when you're doing that, you're not focusing on anything else. So you're not worrying about the future or the past or what bills are coming or anything else like that. So
many teachings around that. Doesn't matter where you look. I think it's very relevant. Yeah. There's a book I love, or in your case, if people like podcasts, if you type in Breathe by James Nestor, he's a journalist that wrote a book around the breath, and just a normal journalist from America, and he went everywhere around the world in over 2 years to study breath. So, and he went to the caves in India, and he went to respiratory physicians and everywhere in between, and found amazing stories. But what he learned in the end was mind-blowing for himself, and he ended up healing a lot of problems that he didn't even realize were possible, and via the breath. And I think I vaguely remember there were 5 kind of breathing systems that we can utilize to help heal certain aspects of ourselves. So whether on YouTube you'll find videos of him talking, and even what's his name? Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
Joel Krogan.
Krogan, sorry. He does a podcast with James Nestor, and he goes as far as to say that asthma, there's cures for it, and it's using the breath.
Just breathing through the nose.
Yeah, essentially. And then how you do that is there's techniques. So he taped his lips together at nighttime, and not together. There's a little space, but so sleep apnea and all these things can be cured by refocusing our breath and retraining our breath. And
there's a brand of tape that goes over the mouth now called hostage tape.
There you go.
They've marketed it.
Yeah. And so there's the breath is a medicine, and now it's gaining traction. So again, you want to retrain the nervous system. You want to retrain some of these asthma, respiratory, physical conditions. I remember having a 80-year-old client come in. Her husband died 15 years ago. Since then, and she'd lived on her own, and she'd had 6 back surgeries. She was in chronic pain, had all of these complications, and she'd essentially done the rounds of all the doctors and the physios and everyone. And her GP eventually said, look, it's in your head. Your pain is in your head, which in some sense is true, but on the other hand, it was a very horrible way and not compassionate at all. And so she came into my office, and I've never witnessed, it was like an animal that was, her eyes were pinned, she was like on speed, and she was shallow breathing. She was, hyperventilating. So she was using her breath to create cortisol and adrenaline. And so she was stuck in this phase, and she didn't know how to get out of it. So I'd never really sat down with such a mature person and actually just went, all right, I want you to sit and stop, and I need you to breathe. I spent half an hour of my appointment trying to get her to breathe into her bottom lobes. Eventually we went through, and a lot of my work in massage, or I do dry needling or chronic pain management, whatever I try and do. For this lady, it was learning how to breathe, learning how to move into that parasympathetic phase, and in the end, that was just something so simple but also so profound for her in learning that. So the breath is amazing medicine. Yeah.
I got this tattooed recently, meaning breath, Sanskrit for breathe.
So it's like a mixture between the Om and yeah, cool.
Breath of life. Yeah.
Oh wow, sweet.
Back to psychedelics. Do you know, you might not, because it might not be your thing, but like, why do plants, mushrooms, fungi have psychedelic active chemical in them?
Chemical?
Like, why do they have psilocybin in a mushroom? Like, why does it? Do you know that?
Yeah, no, I have no idea why.
Okay.
Yeah,
just randomly come to my head. So,
like, there's all this chemistry around, right? And all these compounds are like, why do they do the things they do? I guess like anything, they were given to us for a specific reason and purpose, and I guess we're utilizing them for those reasons. So,
you know what is happening to a brain when we ingest psilocybin?
So on the course,
chemical level.
The beautiful part on my course, when I did it, mostly people who went there, you had to have a certain level of qualification and all that sort of stuff. And here's me. I've been in such tremendous places in my life with and access to such amazing people, and they always sort of look at me and go, "How did you get here?" And I always sneak in the back door somehow. And so I've been one of those people that luck's not a thing, but I've often been so curious and so hell bent on receiving that information and knowledge that they just let me in. So not having a degree, I've got a diploma and some hypnotherapy qualifications. I applied, and I got to an interview, which was great because I'd had experience in hosting or doing holotropic breathwork ceremonies, which is a bit of a thing. I've also been a part of a men's mental health group for 5 years running, so one of the lead people in having that going. We've got our own men's mental health emotional intelligence group at my workplace, and I've been a part of a lot of those sorts of things. So they kind of went, "Oh, we'll check this guy out." Interviewed, and they were like, "Yeah, cool, come on board." So I sat in this place and in all these intensives with a lot of psychiatrists, a lot of psychotherapists, psychologists, all these brilliant people, it was amazing to I guess witness that through this course, the amount of information that was presented as we went through the course. Psychiatrists, psychologists were kind of like coming back going, Trail, the amount of information in this course is beyond crazy. There's no way we can get through this content. And he kind of went, yeah, because this Trail, he's got 2 PhDs, one's in psychology and one's in philosophy, I think, and he's got 13 other degrees, and he's a savant, and he's quite a genius. And he wanted to just bring as much information as he could and basically put it there and say, if you want to learn it, go for it. You don't need to learn it all because it's impossible, but it's there for you. So then on that course, we've got chemists, we've got somatic experiencing therapy people, we've got people who are really good at what they do, but are not going to learn the chemistry of everything. So why am I saying this? Because there are chemists in this course that understand like some of the subjects that we did, and half of us are going, what the bloody hell? So when they talked about the certain receptors in your brain, and we I guess loosely wanted to understand how it works. So serotonin and all these different factors, and how psilocybin comes in and goes into the same receptor as serotonin, but then there's always new evidence coming out, and perhaps it's now leaking behind and getting into the receptors that are hidden or something. But essentially, strangely, they're saying that psilocybin is a perfect match for these receptors that we have in our brain, and they're saying that even they're probably more perfect than even the serotonin that we produce, and it's like this beautiful lock and key, and when it enters, it does a certain amount of things for us.
Because we also have cannabinoid receptors too.
Yeah, heaps of receptors for many different chemicals that
Here
we
are
produce.
with these drugs, we have got receptors inbuilt into our bodies, yet restricted to be able to take them from governments and these plants that I'm pretty sure this morning on my walk with my dog, I saw a magic mic, like it was a,
Wow.
pretty sure,
Yeah, wow.
over at the footy field growing in shit.
Okay, well, it's possible. I find it unlikely,
Yeah.
but anyway, they are naturally occurring substances for sure. And our body generally produces a lot of chemicals, and sometimes I guess we use them to avoid what it is that we're experiencing, and sometimes we can use them to help us. So the negative of taking another chemical is sometimes our body doesn't produce the chemistry that we need to, regulate at a certain level. So you might get those periods of time where your body's not allowing that chemistry, so you in that withdrawal state, which is terrible. But ultimately we do produce a lot of chemicals, and we need. Here's another way of looking at it. What I've been looking at lately is, and it might seem crazy, but even in naturopathy, or when we take plants of any description to try and get better, like a lot of pharmaceuticals originally come from plants, and then they synthesize it. It's like, what's the compound? Okay, we'll take that one out. That's what we think works, and give it to them. And most people see that as some sort of chemical. What is it? Maybe some sort of liquid? I don't know. How does everyone see this? I don't know. But what is everything here? If you talk quantum physics, you know that everything is a vibrational frequency, short wave, long wave. So those things that we think is maybe water or chemical is actually a vibrational frequency. So what if we're just able to create a vibrational frequency that matches? And so even
would it match 100%, or would it match enough that we as notice that it matches, but it might only match 80%? But from our physical perspective, we think it's the same frequency vibrating at the thing, but it's slightly off. And as I said before, 404 hertz to 401 puts it at dissonance.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious. I'm just
So that's why we taking a certain medicine. They say, oh, take that green leaf because it does this. But what it is just that green leaf has a certain vibrational frequency that, like you say, it counteracts whatever vibrational frequency we need. Old school Native American medicine drums. What they're doing is vibrational frequency work, and they're drumming over a body and listening for the difference in sounds, and like that vibration's different, not right. So we're going to keep drumming until that vibration changes that vibration.
I've also seen that drum circles and ceremonies and stuff, and the drumming of that lets the plants in the environment around know, hey, we're celebrating this thing, and it gets them to produce more and to fruit. And that's purely frequency. And
all of it.
Yeah.
Paul Stamets, the same thing. He's researched all this, and then like lightning and thunder help to stimulate that vibrational frequency, which then releases certain things so that they all start to come out. Ceremony, stomping, our physical enactment or vibrations on the planet or on the ground, but any vibrational frequency, music, whatever, it then initiates apparently this, or stimulates this kind of growth. That even in like physiotherapy now, we use sound waves. Like, what is a sound wave? Again, it's another vibrational frequency, but they use it to stimulate or soft tissue in some way. So you can soften soft tissue with sound wave vibrations. They use
healing.
There's healing. So you
have like 300,000 megahertz or something. There's like some studies coming out showing that it kills cancer cells.
Oh, right. There you go.
Like such high frequencies directed at the area where the cancer is will destroy the cancer cells, only the cancer cells, because they found the vibration of what the cancer cells are vibrating at.
That makes sense to me.
Pump it full of vibration at the same one, destroys it.
That makes sense. I'm seeing, I think without any science, I'm feeling the if we can find the vibrational frequency of something and match it, then there's an answer there.
How I'm thinking, it's coming more mainstream now, but I've been thinking it for a while, like with the helps of like Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock and stuff, how like stuff used to move was through vibration and frequency. Like I've seen videos just with a didgeridoo, a guy blowing into a didgeridoo can lift up a rock. It's levitating by blowing into a didgeridoo, which is amazing in itself. You can make things levitate. It's amazing.
It's forgotten knowledge. Like earlier on when I talked about language that we hadn't learned in terms of somatic experiencing, it's not so much that we haven't learned it, it's just that we've forgotten it. It's always more of a forgetting than, because I think all the answers are actually inside of us somewhere. And really, when I've started researching a little bit lately around Einstein and Tesla, and most people, I guess they love the E equals MC squared and the stuff that's written down on paper. But I'm kind of like, well, how did they know this? How did they learn this?
Into it at the
And
moment,
so,
free energy and everything.
well, the thing I love that I'm seeing is like Einstein actually quoting and having all these things about how he accessed the information. He's like, it's not me. I just learned how to access source information and bring it through.
Egypt, where it's assumed he did psychedelics.
There you go.
And that's where he learned a lot of because he came back. It was like a 5-year hiatus in his career, but there was like already, and then there was Egyptian writings, like it's in the 20s or whatever it was, of people recording him being there for 5 years, and he comes back, and that's where he came up, and then he came back and come up with all his theories.
Amazing, yeah, I didn't know that, and so I guess it's how we access information, which is really key. So what is that that can help us connect to that source of information that's available to us, and how can we train that? And that's for me the fascinating part.
Going back to the medicine being a vibration, and that's what we're taking synthetically. So essentially, we're just eating a mushroom that's vibrating at a certain.
I'd say so.
Can we replicate that effect by just say a speaker and figuring out that frequency, playing it at us, putting us into a psychedelic? Like if you had a bunch of speakers and that put you at a certain frequency, whatever that psilocybin frequency is at the cellular level, could you then be sitting in a psychedelic state without consuming anything, or breath work, or
for me, I've been looking at this in the last year or so, and I believe yes. And how can I come across this, I guess, to prove it in a sense? Not that I have any proof per se, but there's last year I went down and this is all controversial in essence too, but there was a light therapy that I had heard about, and there's these light emitting things they come from Austria maybe, and I can't even remember the name of the therapy now. I'd have to look it up. But I found one in Melbourne, and I was going to Melbourne, so I thought I want to get this therapy. It was given to me in terms of someone said you should go and get this therapy. It opens up a certain aspect of channeling and whatever. No worries, plugged it in. There's one in Melbourne. There's not many in Australia, and they're like $14,000 to buy. So some Austrian or Belgian dude created this device, and it sits above your pineal gland, if you like, or above your head, and it emits from LEDs these ridiculous amount of light energy, and in such a way that it basically, and I was blown away. My wife and I went, and we both had a session each, and we thought we'll have one session and see what this is about. And it was at a physiotherapy clinic in Melbourne, and I thought this is a strange place for this crazy sort of device to be. And he kind of went, how did you find out about this? What is going on? And so he does, even though he's a physio and he looks after some of the big footy teams down there, he does breath work and a lot of this other stuff, which seems to be helping people. So this light emitting device immediately put us into the same places that psychedelics and or breath work would, so an altered state, and took us on a journey. Mind-blowing. Like it was incredible.
Is that because light is information, which is frequency?
Yeah.
So therefore, I'm sorry,
you're right.
I don't know if that came through then because my hands were there. Is that because light is frequency, which is information, which is vibration, and therefore flooding the senses with that, you're not only getting the visual aspect of what the frequency is, you're getting the actual frequency. For you to be able to see that light, you're getting a frequency.
So our eyes aren't open, and we're in a dark room. We're desensitized, and as much as possible. And we do choose the pattern of light behavior, which they've created and kind of put a word to, so you can kind of get an idea of what might occur. Yet, and they have music you can play to it. But myself and my wife took down our own music because we'd done a lot of work around music and how we can move into altered states. So we had this one experience each and just came out and went, wow, that was incredible. And we just had an altered state experience, and we were a little bit more, not so much wow, but holy crap, that was heavy. But then we booked in and did 2 more sessions each while we were down there. And so that we were just came back and were like, wow, we can put people into these states straight away, automatically, without a lot of the hard work. Because what is it? Yeah, it must be, for me, it's a vibrational frequency and a light emitting device that helps us get to this space very quickly. Another process that I've seen recently is, and there's a lot of conjecture around this, and there's no science or data, and some people can always use these devices to claim things, and then people, maybe are taking advantage of whatever. But if you use it with knowledge and allow people to make up their own mind and not trying to scam people, there's these bio hacking devices that are starting to come out everywhere from Russia or whatever. They've been around for 30 years, but bioresonance device that I saw recently, and to me it makes complete sense. They are now able to create, someone's tried to map every aspect of our body in terms of vibrational frequencies, and they then are able to, I guess, play a vibrational frequency back at it and help it to move into that vibration or change or help heal us in some way. So yeah, it's my belief that we talk quantum physics again. There was an experiment a few years ago where they've actually recently been able to do teleportation, for instance. So I can't remember what they teleported.
Well,
it was a little tiny.
I've known they've been able to teleport now for probably 15 years, and they could teleport a laser then, because the laser was the simplest photon that they could do. I don't know if they can material more than a laser now.
I think it was. But
yeah, so they, like 15 years ago, it was probably they could do a laser.
Yeah. So, and how I remember vaguely how they did it was replicate the vibrational frequency of what that was in another place. And so when you do that, this thing essentially it moves to where that vibration is.
You're essentially, just by you saying that, what came to my mind is where that new place is manifesting the reality, and it's bringing that reality over.
It's probably a cool another way. Yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah, a good way of seeing it or saying it. Yeah, it's cool. So that's what.
Like if you're if you're putting intent to receive, just say it's a hand, a laser, or whatever it is, you're effectively putting consciousness into whatever that is, and then you'll like want this to go over there. So essentially, you're, with the help of vibration, I suppose, it's manifesting a reality.
Well, it's like you're putting energy in to create form, and form is the material or structure for something to exist in. So that is a vibration, I guess, for it to be in.
And I wonder if you have to have belief for that.
I'd say yes.
Like if someone doing the experiment,
I'd say yes.
Believe in it, would it have actuated?
For them to be involved in the experiment, they have to have wanted to believe in it, getting to the point.
To prove it?
Yeah, but they still believe it. It's
I suppose to just prove it, you believe that it exists.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep,
Even if you have this, like, there'd be an underwriting of the potential for it to exist, even if you wanted to try and disprove it. The beauty of probably a lot of stuff we do get is it can be accidental a lot of times. But yeah, was there an intent sometimes for something to be created, or sometimes probably a lot of times we accidentally discovered it.
Yeah, well, like Panadol was paracetamol.
Yeah, right.
Accidentally.
Telephones.
Yeah. I had a really good question. What were we just talking about? Sorry.
Well, we digress a lot, but I guess we were into psychedelics there for a while, and we've moved into vibrational frequencies. But you were asking me around, I guess, and I was trying to quantify how I could say that there were two things that I've experienced over the last year, and just researching and my coming back into, yes, I think it's plausible possible that these sorts of vibrational frequencies can mimic and or create the environment and or the sensations or the state of a psychedelic. Yeah, I think that's possible.
I've seen some stuff about how just like general radio waves and frequencies that we have, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and stuff, actually affects the frequency of our body. But I'll get back into psychedelics. I'm just very intrigued right now about vibration and stuff. For me, I asked a question before about frequency, setting up a room with different colors and stuff. And I've talked about dissonance even at the cellular level, depending if your frequency is off. This room you were in, where you did this light therapy in the dark room or whatever it was, For me, for that to work 100% effectively, in my mind, you have to shut off your body from the outside frequencies, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, from all the other information coming in. So therefore, you'd need to be inside of like a Faraday cage type situation, and then that way nothing else is coming in, and then you're just pumping that frequency. Otherwise, you've got these other frequencies coming in with this one, creating a whole new frequency which isn't healing like it should be. This is what's going through my mind. I could be completely wrong. So yeah,
It's a funny thing. I think I hear you, and I feel like I went into like an old school kind of mentality of where we as humans on this planet may exist for much of millennia was amongst a whole host of vibrations, like, because everything is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like in essence, if we want to try and contain a specific vibrational frequency by going into a lead line thingy and like locking out everything else, perhaps that is a medical way of maybe delivering a vibrational frequency to heal something. Yet, like if you take a mushroom, is it one vibration, or is it 32, or is it 1,000 that all combine to create the environment? And then even us sitting within the environment, how many vibrations are we taking? So granted, we sit in this environment now with a whole host or multitude of, say, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi's and these other things, and I did prescribe to the belief that they definitely push information or energy across that may confuse us in some ways, or cause some sort of harm. Yet if we talk about manifestation and these sorts of processes, I think we probably can overcome a lot of that and actually just maybe belief and intention focus on and accept whatever that vibration is and block others out. If we're really starting to talk about playing with vibrational frequencies and energy, we can stop and or move these things with enough concentrated thought, if you like. So yeah, I don't know if we'd need to sit and isolate per se.
Do you think it could be beneficial though, like just say having a room of your house that is blocked off from the outside world, where you?
Well, I guess it could be. Yeah, I mean, I don't know either. Conversation. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. I love it. This is great. Yeah, I've not thought of this in this way, so it's cool. I'm just
in my mind.
Yeah.
Talking, so.
I'm just and like I'm.
And then like I don't know, because as I said, I'm very intrigued of like how to heal and how the mind can heal and stuff. It's like flashing lights, wild sound.
Yeah.
Like you said, you had your own music, but if we played music at that psilocybic frequency while having the flashing lights in a room, I don't know.
Well, they work.
To me, it sounds like it could be a fucking really in-depth, profound experience.
Definitely.
If you can, which you said you can, achieve a psychedelic experience without psychedelics.
Yeah. Well, I think so. Like, and because now with the teachings in terms of psychedelic assisted therapy, there's a host of things that they kind of set out, but they call set and setting two big things. So it's the mindset coming in, so having that as healthy as possible in essence, or trained to what's about to occur, and the setting. So the setting is a whole host of conditions. How does it feel to somebody, as opposed to, maybe going into a hospital room is not the best frequency or look or feel for somebody, as opposed to something that they would say would be very nice for them. And that could be soft furnishings, plants, could be crystals, it could be whatever it is they believe in, right? Because you want to
be cars if they're a car.
Yeah, exactly. So and it could be religion. Are we open to their belief systems and creating or that environment? Therefore, that will help move them into that belief. So, but one big thing that they're sort of saying in this treatment is music is a thing. It's definitely a part of this, this healing. So, what is music? Again, it's another vibrational frequency, but what's beautiful about it, and where we come back into the somatic experiencing side and the human side, is it invokes emotions. And so if you can use music to help people come up and down through those different emotions, I think it's really dealing at that human level, that I don't know, that stuff that we maybe don't see as a certain vibration. It's that experiential, that feeling, that stuff we get stuck in. that music is a key component. So when you talk about having something at a certain hertz, perhaps it is a certain hertz, but it's also not just a hertz, but it's there's other facets to it, which can help us move through our experience here. So I believe like the energy centers, obviously when we in the ancient times and the gurus, they'd use certain words to mimic a vibrational frequency. Om is the pineal, and Vam, and and they say that's that.
Sort of certain, puts like chanting and stuff puts you at a certain frequency.
So to me, it's they've been doing it for a long time. So can we utilize that hertz, but also then bring in other components to help stimulate or emulate an experience for someone? I think there's a lot to it.
Have you heard conspiracy theory time? The Roth people back in the 30s or 40s, I think it was, that there was a main frequency that most music was played at. I think it was like 432 or something, which put it at a good dissonance. It's like this love frequency, blah blah blah. And then they've put in America, the Western world, they put in a rule that the base level frequency can't be that, and it's actually like 4 hertz higher.
Yeah, right.
So like all music that's played out through like Sony and all that stuff now is actually like the frequency is off.
Yeah, right.
What it used to be.
That's amazing. I mean, I have seen like the frequency.
I haven't looked into it.
Yeah.
That is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. No, I've seen that frequency you mentioned is like the heart. So it's and all those things supposedly helps us. But I think I did hear something like that at some point.
I hired and he's still a good friend now, a business mentor last year, life coach, business mentor. One of his clients is conducting, has machines now through pure vibration, like frequency. They're healing shoulder injuries, healing muscle injuries and stuff like that. And they even have a machine that you put in your house and creates this like effective bubble of frequency of like the healing frequency, which is pretty fucking amazing.
Yeah, I'm really starting to buy into this stuff. So a mate of mine who lives in Tasmania on the mountain. He's a yoga dude, and he was a normal tradie, and his wife studied yoga, and through that, because he had a really bad back, and he went down a similar pathway to me, and he saw had some like Pilates and some therapy with Lisa, and long story short, he did a lot of yoga, and he cured his chronic back pain via not just yoga, and not like people in the West think yoga's this physical form, but yoga's actually got like 8 arms to it, they call it, and all these aspects that you need to sort of move through, study spirituality of it and all the doctrines and whatever. So his wife got really good and decided she wanted to go to India and study in one of the ashrams. So they both went over and spent 6 months in the Himalayas studying. And he came back and he was a changed man in a lot of ways. And he's a guy that's really physically amazingly fit in so many ways, really tall, really strong. And everything he did, it just turned to gold all the time. He could build anything, make anything. He's just one of those people where you're just not surprised he is the world champion at something. And he came back but he's a really understated kind of guy, and he's a tradie, and he's pretty simple and keeps it real. But goes to India, comes back, and he's like, I don't know if I can name some of the things that I witnessed, because I don't know if they're kind of real. They were real for me, but I don't think that people would sort of, maybe I'm crazy, but and his abilities in terms of the physical form of yoga is just incredible. But his teachings and learnings from there, and he's a horticulturalist by trade, became a mechanic or whatever, but he's since then come back and he's found a guy in Hobart, and he's dealing with, and he's working in a really beautiful place where he has scope to do whatever he wants, but he's now learning so much about plants as medicines and organic farming, and he grows his own food, and next minute he's now looking at water and what water can do and what we've done to water, and how by adulterating the water, the physical properties, or the it's not just chemistry, but the vibrational qualities of the water is no longer as good as it was previously. And this is a guy that is really understated in his woo woo, if you like. And so when he talks about this and says our water quality is bad because we put it into pipes and it hits things and it loses its vibration, and we're adding chemicals and now it's no longer helping us heal, I start to go, well, shit, maybe there's something really in this, because this really understated dude is just concentrated down into this level of, bang, this is what I see now. So yeah, the vibrational frequency of these devices. So I've also met this lady who's, she's shown me what it's done for her over time, and it's incredible what's possible. And I'm of the opinion that, yeah, we can take a medication with a vibration. Why can't we just use the vibration? So I'm going to experiment with her and do stuff for me to see how I feel, and then whether or not we've got evidence in terms of the science and all the research doesn't matter, as long as someone feels better and therapeutically, like they feel better. Does it help you? Yes. Okay. Well, if we're not trying to scam someone, then let's go. Let's do this. Let's help people.
Yeah. We just start helping people, because if we go through the government and like the correct balances and checks, it's a 10-15 year thing. And how many lives can you save in 10 to 15 years? Like, or help, or you know what I mean? Like it's
that's the hard, sad part of a lot of what I see and do. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's pretty upsetting. And it's something I've only in the past year or something I've opened my eyes to. Like up until then, I got sent to the doctors, took medication, lived my life, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
wasn't even aware of the other side of things, or even the healing side of things. And so I'm very intrigued about it now, because the Western side of things hasn't helped me. It has helped me. It's definitely taught me lessons and stuff, and it got me to the point where this woo-woo spirituality side of things can help me.
Yeah. Well, it's about balance. Is one of those words that I always come back to.
We still need Western medicine. If I break my leg, I'm not putting silver chloride on it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I'm not meditating.
Totally.
Like I will meditate actually.
Yes.
I actually helped a dude with a snake bite this year. And when people get bitten by a snake, they freak the fuck out.
Yeah, yeah.
They're like, "Ooh, you're
Sympathy.
gonna die, blah blah blah."
Pushing it around.
Just calm.
Exactly.
Let me do my first aid on him. I was like, "Mate, you're overly calm." And he's like, "Got belief that when it's my time, it's my time. If this is it, this is it.
Cool.
Like I'm not gonna worry about it."
Yeah.
Like, holy shit! But he was like sitting there, like in his own version of meditation,
Flow state.
in the now, his flow state, allowing, like he probably knew deep down, like subconsciously, that if you're worked up, you're probably breathing and you're pumping blood through your body more. The snake venom's going to get through. Like, yeah, it's pretty amazing that
that's what I love.
Something so traumatic and happening that for 98% of people they'd be freaking out at, and then just a simple thing of like being in the now. Just this dude was like super calm. Like you've never seen anything like it. Yeah, it's crazy.
And that's my hypnotherapy teacher. Same thing, he said, like, you can use this in the case of accidents, whatever. You hypnotize someone, and those words are fancy, but ultimately you're just helping someone move into an altered state and be calm, and exactly that. It's such a beautiful tool, right? Yeah, I think it's a fascinating thing for us to be able to subconsciously learn those aspects. The beauty of Western world, we sit here and that subconscious training probably happened due to being in the Western world, because we have a vast amount of knowledge available that we can consume and then transfer into a wisdom, which means we move knowledge into an actual place where we can utilize it. One thing that the Western world, or what we're good at, is acute medical care. We are the best in the world at acute medical care. So you're going to blow something up, or if you're going to break your leg, or like, we are so good at stopping the death in a sense straight away and attending to that stuff. What we're probably really poor at is chronic health care. And unfortunately, that's where the mental health stuff comes in, as it is more of a chronic condition. And unfortunately, with the systems we've got into place, like you say, that 10 to 15 year time period, they want to study everything to the nth degree, which on the flip side protects us from charlatans and people doing the wrong thing. The other day, my daughter, she's 21. We, pointed out she's been brought up in this beautiful world, and we had a discussion about another country where things are just not quite the same in a third world, and we've traveled there and been there, and this is what happens in that part of the world. And she was completely surprised, like, how can she know everything? And she's like, so what do you mean? And I'm like, well, yeah, that my wife and I explained that in that part of the world this will occur, and it's really tragic. And she came to the sense of, because she was at that point in time hating on the government and the system, and we're not free. But then she kind of went, oh, maybe I kind of have to, I think I like putting up with some of our non-freedoms, because that sounds terrible. Yeah. So again, it's like, well, there's this beautiful balance where, but in these systems somehow also, like for me, I'm a barefooter, and once upon a time I had a lot of problems with my I had a lot of knee surgeries and ended my footy career, and I wasn't finding my answers, but I re-strengthened doing really weird things that a lot of people thought was strange, yet it was my answer. And it came to me that, a certain company made shoes that kind of made us think, if we put these soft shoes on, we're going to be better off, and we're going to protect our joints. And then at some point in time, I believe, even though they did things with the right intention, they suddenly realized maybe it's not the right thing, but we kind of need to keep paying everyone and keeping this thing alive. So they kept perpetuating it, and then saying, no, actually that's bad over there. So sometimes those companies or those businesses that probably set out to do the right things, sometimes maybe try and stay in that place of power.
99% of businesses that start are there for good intentions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think they end up corrupt, or they didn't start. They're just people like us that started it. You know what I mean?
But
like, not all of them.
Yeah.
But like majority of them, it's like, hey, I want to sell some shirts.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't start corrupt.
Yeah.
I might, but
yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And so, you look. There's a couple of docos at the moment I've witnessed recently about I can't remember the names, pharmaceutical industry, and how OxyContin and these sorts of drugs have those people have had enough power and money to pay out the right people and keep things in certain places. And unfortunately that does happen, so that some of these other treatments and or options don't see the day of light, because someone wants to keep a hold of the money.
And then you find that they don't even have to legally declare these studies that showed the opposite of what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
It's who knows? I have no idea. And the more I look into it, the more angry I get. So I try not to look into it anymore, because I try to live a life of positivity, and negativity seems to bring me down and make me angry. And but at the same time, you got to prepare, and you have to be aware, and then it's like this fine balance of fuck.
And I love, like, right now witnessing as you moved into that, like I could see you move into a memory, or your body got tired and your breath got short, and I can feel that that pain, if you like, from that.
Well, here I am, a soldier, 15 years in, and I see what's happening around the world, and I see World War III.
Right, and I hear you, yet.
But here's the other side of things. One, I believe that the more we put thought into something, the more we put energy into it, the more likely it's going to create. So therefore, by me thinking about it and everyone else thinking about it, because they see what I see, it's more likely the World War III to happen. So I try not to think about it. However, I'm just one person not thinking about it, and the rest of the world is thinking about it, so I need to prepare in case this happens. Does that make sense? My one thought against is there enough people not believing in World War III, or that don't want it, that to outweigh the manifestation of the people who do want it. So I can't be 100% aware with that, so I'm going to prepare, but by preparing, I also put myself a little bit at that fear state, and that, which is okay, because living in the unknown is where you grow and learn. I don't know, it's a fine balance of trying to limit my social media, but then I have to keep up to date for when I do podcasts and stuff. Like I didn't watch the news for a couple of months, and then I did a podcast with Phil Thompson, the shadow assistant, and I was like, fuck, I already delve into the news again, see current topics. I've been frustrated and cranky since, trying to get out of it, because now I've delved into it. I'm like, fuck.
So, part of me and teachings I've received, and I'm hearing a person talk, and a couple, hypno teacher Ram Dass and others, and they're sort of suggesting, I think I myself went through that experience when I learned hypnotherapy. I just turned everything off because I suddenly realized I freaked out that everything's like pushing me in a direction. So the media and whoever controls it is sort of running the narrative of my subconscious being. So I switched it all off and just freaked out, went home, and my wife and kids are watching the news. I'm like, turn it off. And then, for over COVID, I went down so many rabbit holes into conspiracy theories and all that, because the sad part is I'd lost faith and trust in my the people in power in my country. And that's,
you said that COVID for you, because that was my here's my eyes.
And that's the beautiful moment that I think people get to reset. And these are these things that are coming that allow us to reset or move into the state of being that we choose to be. Now, for me, Ram was saying, and my hypno teacher, in his way, it's like the neural pathways and how things come in. You've got, I think it was 17 seconds you can see something, learn what it's about, its vibrational frequency or its truth to you, and then within that 17 seconds, you can turn off to it and then not absorb it and not go down that neural pathway, he's saying. So, has it got something for me? No, and then I'm not going to absorb it. Ram would go further and suggest that it's your attachment to it that's the problem. So by moving into the emotional state, it's something that then therefore you haven't necessarily cleared. You have this emotional attachment, and then there's an avoidance. So what you're avoiding is always going to be in your construct. So again, it's facing it at some point when you feel safe to do so, and then clearing it in essence. And then you can go further again. I don't know if this is the thing, so I've gone down all these rabbit holes and went down, and then I came back out and I went, hang on a second, I need to find the balance between human and spiritual and all these processes, and even at every level, is there evil people, and then now is it a spiritual fight, the cabal, or whatever you want to see it. I kind of went back to we need to create what it is that we want. And so where Dr. Joe Dispenza, where energy goes, that's I can't remember the exact saying, where
thought goes, energy goes.
Yeah, where the thought goes, energy flows, and all this sort of stuff. So this law of manifestation, if you want, I don't think it's as simple as that, in that I do believe you can do that, but it's also more complicated in that I really do now believe of creating that future for us is to concentrate and be that light to help others see that it's possible to not be that percentage of people that create that system. So, and I even believe there's a possible where the possibilities in terms of, this is getting really crazy now, where there's splits. So at some point you might choose to go and live in that, and I may choose to go and live in that, and our realities will move apart, and we will live in different places and different times and different spaces where, okay, you've now learnt that that's your reality, and we're going to break off and move through the filter and the veil into this one, and you're going to exist here. And you can even still have, how many of us or me are there in existing places in any one space and time in different realities, and what's possible?
So I love that question, because I love explaining this. Reality. There's a reality I see in front of me. You leave this room. My reality is still what is happening in front of me, but I also believe you're getting in your Maserati and driving off. Your reality is I'm sitting here getting naked, about to go on my roof, while you're getting in whatever vehicle it is you drove here and drove off. This happens, and then I can create a reality for a different person. It's like I can create a billion, trillion, infinite amount of realities just in my head, and then every other person on this planet, everything that's conscious, creates its own reality. Is what's happening around the world actually happening? Or is it only when I open up my phone and see it on Facebook is it actually happening? This is all like what I'm struggling with
Wrangling
and
with,
going
yeah.
crazy about.
Yeah.
Especially in my world.
Yep.
I don't get to talk this type
Yeah.
of stuff
Yep.
to many people. So I love this conversation because it provokes thought, and that's what I think maybe I'm put here to do, is to provoke thought in order to get people to think and raise their consciousness. I was actually chatting with a friend about it this morning.
But that is why we're here and why we're having this conversation now, is because that is our pathway to, like I say, help each other walk our way home.
I also just recently changed my purpose. So I thought my purpose was to serve others. What an honourable, noble purpose. And then I realised that is my purpose, but it
kind of has to be doing it.
It's a byproduct of my actual purpose. My actual purpose is to better myself and raise my own consciousness and vibration. And by doing that, I inspire and motivate people to also do the same.
Which could be just something that you've dreamed up in, that you've been taught to. All this construct is, true. Yeah. I think that's real. So number one is I'm in agreement with that. So for me, at a certain point in time, I just finally learned that I need to heal myself and go internal and start to, and as I have found things, and I guess, for want of a better description, started to witness them, make peace with them, and heal them, the reality on the outside of the mirrors around me change. And so people disappear and some people appear. And so those frequencies that I'm operating at now then change, and my reality changes. And I guess it's based on what I've been taught from my opening my eyes in this place, the constructs that people, we all hold. I guess it's easier to believe it goes a certain way because it's far out to really maybe push beyond those boundaries. But as I've try and explain to some people, as my circle of belief becomes greater, when you maybe only believe the parameters of this, but what can you now just push outside of that and believe that this is possible? And then you can keep doing that until such point as, just because this person can't see it or believe it doesn't mean that there's like expansion and like who knows for others. And so at a core belief, when I sit with my wife or another Lisa, and when we keep refocusing in on what are we doing, we do come back to self and say, we're trying to heal ourselves, better ourselves, work out our stuff, and that will filter out to everybody else, in a sense, if there isn't anybody else. So, and whether that's a mirrored construction of what we're creating, or
you're just a figment of my imagination that appeared for a couple of hours and then you're off to go again.
Potentially. And that in itself was still designed for your whatever you needed, so it's and it's hard, because after I went down the rabbit holes and did all that, and then started to understand these concepts that Ram and all these people were talking, I literally thought I was going crazy for a long period of time. You're going to have to lock me up. And then all sorts of amazing things happen. And eventually then it's this attachment to any of these processes and the loss of that attachment, and sort of moving to the point of grace, where you can witness it or see it all, but not attached to any of it having to be a certain way. So you then lose this of you're moving more away from avoidance and anger and those things, and acceptance, and it all can just be one way or the other. So even if there was a World War III, or even if there was a whatever, you've moved into the place of being that it just is, and that's a really crazy space, but that's potentially where some people are maybe able to move to. So
isn't it better to be just is while also preparing, having food and water, and you know what I mean? Like,
I guess I've gone down that pathway and said yes, and now, you know, I think I'm on the pathway where some people would suggest that I'm irresponsible and that I'm not ignoring it. I'm not planning for it.
but at least you're not getting anxiety about it either.
Exactly.
I was on the phone to a friend yesterday, and she's anxiety is through the roof at
Yeah.
the moment.
But there's the compassionate part of all of that is what can we do about it in a sense? And it's not about giving up, and it's not about and yet a part of my world, I kind of don't see all this, so it's just maybe not happening. And
Well, it's just funny as we talk about that, like in different realities. World War III could happen, or World War II happen, and did these Amazonian fucking tribes know?
yeah,
You know what I mean? In their
yeah,
reality, first time they saw a fucking plane, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's crazy how different versions of reality there is, and like people who don't understand. Here's an example of different realities. Turn on your radio and change your station. Different realities are coming through by frequency. By all your radio is tuning into different realities, which is just an example for people. But yeah, all right, let's get back to the psychedelics. For those that possibly partake in this, is there a safe way for them to do it at home?
at home. Okay, well then, yeah, yes and no, and like, I mean, I guess people are doing it, and they're kind of safe in essence. So, you know, who am I, and what are the answers? I don't
If
know.
you could, with your experience, you say that someone at home has got 5 grams of mushrooms, is there like a setting that you would recommend that they put themselves into? Because you do hear of people having bad trips. I don't know what a bad trip is. I don't know if you could explain that as well. But is there a way to limit that by a certain setting? Should they do it with someone they feel really safe with? Like, do they do it by themselves, play music in the dark?
Everyone's different, and I guess that level where they're at. And so, you know, again, we talk about set and setting coming into it. Again, Gabor Mate, watch some YouTube videos of his around his experiments and uses with ayahuasca and the terminology of a bad trip. You know, he says there's no such thing as a bad trip. There's just new information for you to work with, right? And that's me. That's not his words necessarily. That's me kind of getting that loosely. And I agree with this in essence. But that's not to say people aren't going into some really dark, bad places either. So, you know, but it's, for me, I think number one, to be safe. You know, if you're moving into an altered state and these certain things are possible, you really need someone to be with you. Doing this alone, I feel, is not a safe way of doing it. Yet people do, so maybe it is. I don't know, but I would suggest having someone with you, definitely. So in the therapeutic world, you have 2 sitters, definitely, and you usually find in our training there's a male and a female. So there's
For balance of femininity and masculinity.
and that's not why they're doing it, but that's definitely a part of it in most of the people that I speak to in our, even though they want a sciencey thing, most of us are like, it's definitely masculine, feminine energies are definitely better to have. But it's also then that there's not the potential for something happening in a sexual nature or something like that. So you've got
taken advantage of.
yeah, exactly, yeah. And then those 2 people should also not be, you know, together in terms of husband wife or that sort of thing, because then there's a imbalance again. Yeah, and in terms of one person hiding something that may have gone on. So in a therapeutic sense, there'll be videos and audio recordings. So that in itself creates a safety for a person, because they're moving into an altered state of what did happen in a sense. So you create that environment where they feel, so if they're not feeling safe coming into it, they're not going to be open and vulnerable to give and move into it. So that's where in the beginning, at some point you said, my mind, ego, something didn't allow this experience to occur. So in research that I've seen, or places, some people create the chemistry to block the potential for this to happen. Also, just purely they don't have an experience because they're so strong in their ego, it stops it. Yet you want. I definitely would say a sitter's recommended in our training. It's two people, masculine, feminine. Um, the mindset is so important coming in. If you're just throwing it in there, look, that's not to say maybe someone who's some of these studies they're doing now, people who are dying of cancer, and in these situations, are we looking at curing or helping them to solve their lifelong traumas? Like, if they're about to die, what is the point of that maybe? So what is it that we're looking for? And we could talk about the God molecule, or can we help them find peace and something? So they might have this, and something I love about AMAP and some of the people there that I'm talking to is, yeah, there's all this science, but there's this whole other world of transpersonal experiences that we can't really quantify or speak about. And let's not forget about that ability to touch something greater than what is here to our known knowledge. So in saying that, to have these experiences can be quite magical and profound. So it's not to limit it to just the science of it. Mindset, though, is a massive thing. So coming into it, the teachings that we've been taught, you don't want people looking at social media and doom and gloom and World War III. Otherwise, this medicine amplifies your position at that time. So if you're amplifying, let's say, a negative construct, you're going to have probably a bad trip. But also, have they been prepared to, when you move into, you're going to have like maybe metaphoric work going on. The dragon or the snake, or throughout history and the Amazon and all these places, they prepare you by saying, when the snake appears, don't be afraid. We're with you. We're right here holding you. Go into the snake. Go into the doorway. Move in. You are safe. And that is where...
I've never heard this before, but that is one thing I visually do see, is the ground moves like a snake. I see it's like curled, and it's like, when it moves like that, it fully... I call it a snake.
So within all these historical experiences that I read about through all the different cultures, there's a commonality between cultures and what they see, and how they might maybe move through processes, and yeah, there's usually some form of animal or something like that. And so it's, rather than someone moving into that setting and being fearful of it, have we, I guess, coached them into the possibility that this is going to occur? Can you normalize that this experience is going to happen, and be open to then moving through it and receiving what's on the other side? So I guess the mindset of someone coming in, and the ability to like what we do, it's, we're talking about bias here in terms of the somatic experiencing process. You're actually helping people go in and track. So because they're going to go in and have this experience, can they come back to the breath? Can they, in a moment when can you teach them to breathe and relax? Can you help them with a program, try not to limit these things, don't do this a week before? Can we increase the strength of that mind coming into it, the ability to track, ability to navigate those experiences which might be deemed negative? But on the other side, there's also then what we call integration therapy, which they say is the most important aspect of the whole thing, not the medicine, but then what we do with it. So some people come back, and perhaps some people, what they're fearful of is this disassociation strengthening. So the same neural pathways and stories becoming stronger, and it's solidified that, no, I am this. It's can we help them with therapy, I guess, move in and see something different. So that's the whole idea of the medicines, is to find a new viewpoint. So safety, it's a funny thing. Like, in the moment of the medicine, the safety number one thing is having someone available who's not on the medicine, who can look after you, who can take care of you, and are they strong enough to do that? In essence, I guess that's the biggest thing.
Can you explain what someone could or should do when someone is having a bad psychedelic experience or a bad trip?
Yeah, that all depends on what that means in a way. But I mean, look, ultimately for complete safety, I guess, and if you're worried like a physical um, danger, then you obviously want to probably call an ambulance and get them to hospital. Like, what would be the worst outcome is if you didn't do something to help them. I've read stories where people have taken some sort of psychedelics and um, got into some physical dramas, and maybe someone's died, and through fear of maybe they're younger and being caught or doing the wrong thing. I think the offset of that would be a lot worse to not do something than to call for help.
Like, is there a way? Do you calm them down? Is touch a good thing?
Well, we don't know in their experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
okay.
they can be having any experience, and we have no way of knowing.
Okay.
And so, having not being in that experience right now, it's almost impossible. But I guess, like, literally returning to the breath. It's if you can get someone to breathe and move back into that parasympathy state, to control that breath, to relax and come back down, for sure, that would be the best thing. To someone who thinks that you're trying to hurt them, touching them is not going to help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe you're attacking them. Maybe they're moving back into a PTSD moment where they were bashed or raped, or who knows.
I had a friend last year. He went to full psychosis and PTSD.
Yeah.
It's quite scary.
So how
I didn't know what
exactly.
To do. To be honest, because I held him down.
Yep.
Like I didn't know. I had no clue. It's where I sort of learnt the first major lesson of helping people of my limitations. I had no idea. I really had no fucking clue. I was just like, he kept saying he was back in Afghan, like we're gonna get there, and I really had no fucking clue, and I was scared.
Yeah.
I was holding. My 14-year-old daughter was in my room, in her room, like freaking. I'm assuming freaking out. What was happening?
Yeah.
It was just an experience, and then I've had a friend at that Mushroom Valley who went into psychosis. Maybe it's me. I'm the common denominator. And I said, once again, I had no fucking clue what to do. This is why I'm sort of intrigued. And the first time I ever did mushrooms, I did it with a couple of friends. One of the guys had a bad trip and was shaking and freaking out. And once again, I was tripping, but I didn't try and help them because I didn't. But once again, I didn't know what to do, and I still don't know what to do. And I'm assuming there's people out there listening to this that have experienced it. I mean, I've experienced 3, not personally, had the trips, but I've now experienced 3 bad trips. I think. I don't know. But
yeah, it's a tough one. I mean,
what do you do as a guide?
But
if someone's going through that experience, you're there as a safe guide setting.
Well, we could maybe.
What would you do, say?
I don't know. For instance, I'm going to assume that some of your friends and the people you've been with are maybe from your background and the same sort of situation you are. So let's assume then they have PTSDs and different issues from their army and whatever. So they've been medically discharged. So they've got a set of circumstances which are, by default, going to be harder to deal with when you add a psychoactive substance to them. And potentially they've had certain medications, they're on certain medications, which can be a really bad mix. So if you're not ready and you're adding chemistry to chemistry, then there's a whole host of...
Do you know any medications off the top of your head that are bad to mix with?
Well, if you are taking and this is where psychiatrists come in, and that's their field. But yeah, there's certain things where it's just what we call contraindicated. You just don't go there. So at the moment, it's any heart implications or problems. But yeah, if you're taking...
Isn't that everyone with the vaccine?
Yeah, it could.
Conspiracy. This isn't. I'm not a professional.
So but yeah, if you're taking, as opposed to antidepressants, and there's still the jury's out, and there's lots of talk around serotonin syndrome and mixing SSRIs and SNRIs and all these other things. There's a drug that intrigued me. You can take for migraines, and it's a MAO inhibitor. And if you take this, and it can prolong and intensify a person's experience. So that sounds like it could be pretty hectic. So that's just from someone who gets migraines.
Could also be good.
Well,
if that's what
depends.
you're looking
Depends
for.
how but you're there longer, and maybe it's like you didn't know, and next minute it's like, I thought this was supposed to be over. I'm going crazy. There's SSRIs, SNRIs, and that whole talk about serotonin syndrome and all that sort of stuff. That's to be looked at. And so I'm going to assume that in this population, there's a high use of medications in this way. If you're taking antipsychotics, pure and simple, you should not be taking mushrooms. In from what we're seeing at the moment in the research and what the psychiatrists, I guess, are sort of saying to us, antipsychotics plus mushrooms, really bad mix.
And it's funny because mushrooms, by the sounds of it, could help you heal, so you don't need antipsychotics.
So then this is why they're doing this sort of therapy now, is because they're trying to, I guess, wean people off these sorts of medications. So I know a psychiatrist that's using ketamine for someone instead of those other medications.
When I was at Belmont Private Mental Hospital a few years ago, a lot of women were on ketamine.
Yeah, yep.
As a, it's funny because what I know of it is the dissociative.
Yeah, yep.
Which is sort of
the different,
not what you want.
Yeah, it's funny.
I mean?
I've got a couple of clients who have used it successfully.
I know people that deliberately put themselves into K-holes, like K-hole healing, to be disassociated to do the healing, and they find it really beneficial.
Yeah.
It's not for me. I don't
know.
I used to take a lot of powders and drugs and stuff, and it's just not for me anymore. But
there's a whole, there's ibogaine.
I had a friend just chatting with yesterday who just had that was iboga.
Iboga, yeah. Well, so
is it the same thing?
I think so. It's an African
root.
He
just did a healing journey with iboga. He said it was amazing.
So
he said it also really dissociated.
Yeah, totally. So, and there's a lot of literature coming out around it, and I did a little bit of research. It was part of our course, went into it more. It's not something that's very common in Australia, and it's not something that they're going to be putting down through the normal medical channels as yet, but yet it will come, I guess, because from some of the research they're showing it's really, really, really good at helping people with drug dependencies, like get off medications. Yet to administer this, you need someone who's really skilled in chemistry, like an anaesthetist or a doctor of some description, because this chemical can be fatal. So there's a lot of
just the chemical, or
the drug's really, really strong and can it's like an anesthetic in essence. And so
I think he said he did 4 grams.
Yeah, I don't know what it's not something I studied.
She are not.
Yeah, I think as we come through the standard medical system model and what we might be allowed to do in Australia, we're pretty much so far just looking at psilocybin and MDMA anyway. So and ketamine's already available now. And cannabis-assisted therapy is something we're going to move into very shortly, legally. Yeah, and we'll be starting that this year, hopefully.
Sorry, keep going.
You're right. So, like for instance, I have participated in a lot and facilitated and have held ceremonies where we do cacao and breathwork.
Cacao in here.
Yeah. Technically, cacao is a psychedelic.
Is it?
Yeah, because it's a stimulant and a vasodilator.
Actually, I'll show you after this. I mix my organic nice cacao from Peru with my mushroom. So I've got a mushroom mixture of cordyceps and stuff.
Yep.
And that's my drink.
Yeah. So and apparently, cacao is a great adaptogen. It helps, and so the mushrooms that go with it. So when I've been sick, my body's been sick. Reishi and I've got clients with multiple sclerosis, so we give them lion's mane because they've now seeing that they can replicate. Well, there's all these things they now know that can help recreate or replicate myelin sheath and all these amazing things that these little fruits can do. But technically, cacao is a psychedelic. And does it have any sort of negative effects? It can do on pregnant women and maybe people with heart problems because it is a vasodilator and it's a stimulant. So anything has a potential for harm if it's
up to the individual, I suppose.
Yeah, so it's
and the amount.
And the funny thing about that is with MDMA, yes, of course, but psilocybin, from the studies I'm seeing, the amounts are not as, there's almost levels, and they don't understand why a certain amount will do a certain thing and bigger amounts will get you to a point, but then taking more or less of those amounts kind of doesn't do
this
much.
is something I mentioned about my smoking and microdosing, and then talking to the person I mentioned earlier off camera. He said there's not much difference between like 0.1 of a gram to 1.5 grams. You know, like the microdosing goes from like 0.1 to 0.3 per day, but after 0.3 to like 1.5, it doesn't really do much different to the body.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case, or he would say that's the case. And in my training,
The healing side of
in
it,
my training, so part of my course we got to listen to or speak to, or we had some of the world's best people available to us. So one of our sessions was with a guy called James Fadman technique, the Fadman protocol. So he's one of probably the two most famous dudes with regards to microdosing psilocybin. And his protocol, I can't remember it off the top of my head now. So he looks at it, this chemical, the more we take it, the more we need. Although it's not addictive in essence,
it's accumulative.
it has an accumulative effect. So he's like, okay, well, we take it twice a week, I think it is. So every 3 days.
I got told was 2 days on, 1 day off.
So that's a Stammet protocol.
Okay.
So they say, so Stammet's now got the belief that, and he's now mixing it with lion's mane and niacin, and he's calling it some sort of new brain sort of tonic, because it's
brain tropical.
Yeah. And so the vitamin B, the lion's mane, and whatever help to create this environment. But so microdosing with and so listening and conversing with this guy, Fadman, who's pretty much devoted his life to microdosing in a sense, I guess. I don't know. But the funny thing was, when listening to him, and the microdose is literally that. It's a microdose. And it's like between 0.1 and 0.3, and there's no more needed. So anything above that is not necessary at all, and it doesn't really have any qualities that you need. And I remember him saying there were two, was that, and this other thing that he said that we're not quite sure of. I think it was melatonin, and so don't quote me on that. But there's these properties that they don't understand where less is more. So apparently some people might prescribe melatonin for certain problems in sleep and different. But if you prescribe more, it can become like maybe doesn't work and it's a negative. But apparently less has a better effect. So apparently with microdosing, they still don't understand why, but less is better in the long run. So when they talk about a microdosing schedule, if you're going above 0.5 or 0.5 and on, you're not actually getting the effects of microdosing.
Okay.
You're now into macrodosing. So
'cause I know someone who he hasn't looked at any of the science. He might sell some stuff, some mushrooms. Might have to cut that out, don't know. He just like puts a mushroom in his mouth every day, and that's his microdosing. And I was like, but I've heard it's 0.1 to 0.3, and he's like, this works for me, and works for him. And he just puts a whole mushroom in his mouth. Like, I don't know if it's doing anything, but he says it does.
well, that's great. So for him, that's apparently his answer. So good on him. I mean, that's wonderful. But from the these dudes and the study they do,
it's a placebo effect again.
well, it could be, and it can be just that he's having whatever experience and
Belief.
but maybe he's I don't know, staying away from certain stuff. Maybe he's becoming aware. From the training I've done, again, there would be protocols that you would follow when you take a microdose substance. It's not purely just, again, it's not the medicine, it's like the therapy behind it. So what are we doing with that? What is it doing that meditation is not doing or doing? It's doing the same thing. It's creating space between thoughts. So there's a protocol you might follow where you journal daily and have specific questions, and then so there's a moment where it supposedly creates a space between thoughts and a witness and awareness. So at the end of each day or week, you might write about it or question yourself around what it is, and then you start to become aware. It's creating that awareness, and it's not something that happens like necessarily you don't want it to be daily. It's something that accumulates over the weeks and months of doing the protocol. So then it's almost like training a parasympathetic practice somehow. This is just my words. And eventually it's like you get to see things for the first time. And now that I can see them, I want to deal with them in a certain way. So you start employing certain practices while you do it, whether it's meditation, whether it's yoga, whether it's seeing a therapist of some description. And because you're now creating awareness, you can now deal with some of these issues. Perhaps in this other instance, and I don't know, if you're taking over a microdose, and if you're going external and going into your world, you might be just going, whoo, I'm high, and you're not dealing with maybe the underlying issues. You're just avoiding some of the problems by using a chemical to create the environment for you to be happy in that moment, which is not necessarily
when
bad.
I first started microdosing, I did it with the intention to expand my brain power. So like I could think quicker. Like I don't know if that's what it actually does, but that was my intention behind it. Was like to be smarter, to expand brain power, take knowledge on better, talk better. Like I don't know if that is actually what it does, but that was my intention behind my.
Well, if you're rewiring or opening every neural pathway, and then that's your intention, and then you focus and practice it, I imagine that's what you're doing for sure.
Definitely something I would look into and
get
on again.
Stamets had a stutter and a few other things, and then he was able to retrain his brain to do or not do certain things. So look, I'm really keen to see what this sort of stuff can do in neuro wards. Like someone's had a motor vehicle accident and they can't walk properly, and then this is lighting up neural pathways. Why aren't we putting this
coupled with meditation, like a Joe Dispenza meditation?
Well, that as well for the healing properties of the form, but also then rewiring the neural pathways and doing physical therapy with it. Can we not get these people maybe walking more quickly, or rerouting those neural pathways to elicit function again? Like, bang! This should be in so many places that we're not.
Why is it illegal? But it's not illegal anymore. I know it's a class 8 now. What can you explain?
Well,
so it was
it's
a class
still
9,
illegal,
which was class same as heroin, from my understanding.
Well, yeah, it's the greater
and now
hardest.
class 8 is the equivalent of medical grade heroin.
Yeah, yeah. So it's and even then there's like it still needs to be, there's parameters that can be.
Is there a recorded death? Is there, like, why is it illegal?
That is the funny thing. There's
alcohol.
No, exactly.
Millions of deaths.
Yeah.
All these other drugs.
I know.
Millions of deaths. Benzo, like this prescription.
Yes.
This stuff that I can't see that has caused deaths, maybe caused some psychosis, some disassociation, maybe brought forward some type of schizophrenia to those who was like more likely to have it. You know, like they just hadn't been brought out. But that percentage would be so fucking much smaller than someone who drinks every bloody day, and you know what, like.
So with all the psychologists, psychiatrists, everyone I meet within these circles who are brave enough to have stepped into this world and research it in fear of losing licenses and all sorts of things. But I mean, luckily, no one's done anything illegal yet. But we're all just aware of the evidence that's coming from around the world, and yet, in terms of just the one psilocybin thing, no one can understand because it's
when did it become illegal? So I don't know if you know, but it's something.
Yeah, in the 60s. So
Reagan.
No, it was Nixon. Yeah. So I mean, to be fair, and there's this in terms of the people inside wanting this to work. Back then, it was discovered. Ergo LSD, all that sort of stuff. The famous story.
Would have been scary. Like.
Yes and no. There was
the government. I could see
yeah. So the Netherlands, this dude from I think Netherlands discovered it accidentally. The famous bike ride where he went home and like just was off chops, and then went back and tried to find out what happened. And this minute substance, I think he found off the ergo, which is like is it yeast or bread or something, and that's how LSD was born in essence. And he sent it to I think some psychologists, whatever, in America, and said, I think you'd like what this offers in terms of psychology. So then the psychologists started to get together and talk about it, and this is where your Timothy Leary and your Richard Alpert, Roy Ramdass's, and all these famous guys got together, girls, and started to study, but then it got out into popular culture, and the music scene, and then it spread, the hippies, yeah. And so at the same time, what we've learned through history, the establishment and the government of the day were wanting to go to war in Vietnam, and then there was a heap of people that didn't want to, based on, and then because they were taking these certain substances, they were moving into this culture of, and Timothy Leary maybe made some mistakes and suggesting, there's a famous saying, was it tune in, turn on, and drop out, or something like this. And so then there was all these people like...
Is it because they're more conscious and they're like, I don't want to go kill people?
Correct.
And so therefore the government was like...
People freaked out.
Well, we need you to go kill people, correct, so we're going to ban this substance, so you go and do this and act like the sheep.
Correct.
And...
Correct. So
live your life with trauma.
Yes. So they essentially...
to achieve a fucking...
Well, I think
monetary goal.
Yeah, they used it to... Initially, they thought they were going to create super soldiers, so they actually used it to...
I've seen some of the experiments.
Yeah.
I've seen some good footage of experiments on soldiers using drugs.
Yeah.
There's some... I remember watching this one, I think it was British. Might have been American, probably. And they gave all these American soldiers LSD and then sent them out to go do an exercise. That exercise did not get... There was moving through the bush and you go do this tactic, and that did not get done.
Yeah.
It was really funny.
And that's what they found. So I think they thought it was going to help them, but in the end, it actually just awoken people, and then they started dropping out of wanting to go to war. And so then they saw that as a threat. And this way of life that I guess people had in that time, they felt threatened. And, people tuning out, not going and working, and it all just became a bit of an us and them mentality. And so they kind of squashed it, and we need to go to war for whatever reasons we believe, whether you can attribute anything to it. But so I know this. They banned it worldwide.
Going to war. I know the soldiers, the individual soldiers, they're not going to war for whatever the fuck Australia says to go to war for. They're going to war because the guys next to them are going to war. They're going to war because they believe what they're doing is right for the country and for society and for the greater good. So I just wanted to throw that out there. When people talk about soldiers and war a lot, like we want to. I'm not saying you were, but...
No, it's interesting because something I've thought about a lot, so it's nice to hear that.
Yeah, not once in my military career did I go, fuck yeah, I'm going to go kill some people.
Yeah.
Not once did that.
That is something...
I've never heard anyone ever say.
Yep.
I've heard people say, yeah, I want to go to war. But there's two reasons I found people want to go to war. To test them.
Yep.
And because they don't want their friend to die without them.
Yep.
And that's it. That's not once did I say, have I ever heard a soldier saying, I'm going to go to war because Australia wants me to go to war because of this incident or whatever. And it's just, I just like to say that sometimes.
Yeah, cool.
The majority, 99% of people, I mean, I assume there is some psychopaths in the military. Well, there's going to be psychopaths in every job.
Yeah.
But most people, they're really good people who want the best for people and don't want to cause harm and stuff. But they feel a patriotic duty to do something for the society that, it's a pretty good society if we look at it.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at it, it's real fat and it's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, totally.
We've all got internet and air conditioning and instant gratification and phones and all that.
Totally.
So, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
I do.
I agree. Most of the soldiers I've heard, they say, I think the one thing I remember them saying is they will they don't want to go to war necessarily, but they want to use their skills that they've been trained for.
And people join the army, and there's a lot of people, is it patriotic sense? So I'm I joined the army. If I didn't, I'd be in jail. 100% I'd be in jail or dead. I just like to reiterate sometimes to people that military, especially in the hippie world, and especially in this psychedelic hippie world, is something part of my judgment in moving into the spiritual world is a fucking army guy coming into people who only promote love and connection and consciousness and stuff, and then I get the questions all the time why did you join and stuff like that.
But you can look at it in two ways as well. I think, like for me, there's an aspect of going to war, which is like an offensive style of situation. But there could be a way of, maybe most people come into it in terms of a defending aspect as well.
Well, I think it's like Australia calls it Australian Defence Force.
Yeah.
Which is sort of like a play on words. You know what I mean? Like Afghanistan, we went somewhere to fight. Yet we're called an Australian Defence Force, like we're defending Australia. And don't get me wrong, I am all about love and connection and peace and not harming anyone. But if anyone threatens me, my family, or people I love, I'll destroy them.
Yeah, right.
And I will only want the best for this world and consciousness and stuff, but I will protect my daughter.
Yeah, yep.
And I won't even think about it. It won't be a conscious thing for me. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes me psychopathic or what.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Like most people, I think, that go to Afghanistan, they didn't go there with the intention of shooting someone.
Yep.
At all.
They
would.
I can't imagine that.
They weren't prepared to.
Yep.
But they didn't go there. Well, there is certain people in special jobs that is their pure job.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yep. I imagine. Yeah.
But the majority of people isn't.
Yeah.
And then I think that's why trauma hits them so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Is because one, they're not prepared enough for it, and two, it's sort of going against their soul.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm just talking now.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe. I think at a soul level, it's probably, it sounds crazy, but it doesn't matter, because there's inherent everything within this world. So are we? Who are we to assume that everything we see as bad or negative is not right or part of the game? Like, because it's all there for us to experience. So what if on a soul level we actually know that that's part of our experience, is to be the one that can love you enough to kill you? And I know it sounds crazy, but for you to have that experience that you've never had, like we could be playing a game up there and going, hey, I've never killed before, and you're like, oh, can you do me the honor of doing that for me? And I've never been killed, the killer,
Yeah.
I don't know, right?
Funny, I read a book recently called The Soul Contract. So it's very much about how we, as it's over there, I'll show you after. We as entities, beings, energies, whatever you want to call us, humans, we make contracts to come here, who our parents are, then who we're going to meet, to learn certain lessons. And so everything you just explained, it pretty much says what the book is. It's like, we made a contract energetically 1,000 years ago that we were going to meet today to have this podcast, for you to teach me stuff and for me to open, you know what I mean? To exchange. And,
totally. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy if you think about things like that.
Well,
which, a year and a half ago, if you would have said that to me, I would have fucking laughed at you.
Yeah.
So half the people listening are probably going to laugh.
But this is the circle of what's possible, or belief, and at what stage or step can you expand onto that? And so then, when you can see outside that next layer or that next level, a client, she's 50 years old, she can't walk to the end of a street. Is it possible for you to run a marathon? Oh no. Like, well, yes it is. And then what if, the next week I want you to just walk 10 meters further? And what if in a couple of weeks I want you to just walk 100 meters? And what if, could you do that? Yes, I could do that.
One step further each day.
Exactly. And then what if I asked you to just run for maybe like 10 meters of that? And then what if, do you think that each step on that process is possible? Yeah. Okay, so I'm not talking about 12 weeks. I'm talking about 2 years here. And it's possible, if we increase this much. It's not going to, your body's not going to notice it that much. So now we've got to the level of you actually can run a marathon if you truly want to. And that's just a small analogy of what's possible in anything that we just don't know yet.
Expand out the time frame, like zoom out a bit. Can I run a marathon tomorrow? No. Can I run a marathon in a year? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I probably could, to be honest with you. I honestly think most people would have if they've got the heart and the drive to push them through, probably most people could run a marathon any day of the week, as long as they're reasonably healthy.
Yes.
Because I've pushed my body I wouldn't even say to its limit, yet I've been extremely fucking amazed at what I've been able to do myself. Then you look at people like David Goggins, who purely like a mentality thing with him, like and he can push himself through anything. I knew a person who was a vegan who ran ultra marathons all the fucking time, skinny as, like, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah,
There's a whole set of circumstances that go with it, though. Again, it's not purely just the mind over matter, because the matter has to have the preparation and the experience and the training, and even then, like that mate of mine, the world's best runner, Michael Thwaites, at some point in time he was classified because he holds 400-kilometer records and records for running to the top of Mount Kosciuszko, or
couldn't even fathom.
yeah. And so this is a dude I played footy with, and there's no way, like, we retired injured from knee problems, and I had 2 knee surgeries, and we were never going to run again. And now he at some point, he went to Hungary or somewhere, and like I said, ran 832 Ks in 6 days or something, and over that year got so many accolades that he became world's best runner. But even in sitting down and talking to him about that, food has to be right. All these things have to go well, and they've all been planned and researched and put into play for a long time, for all those parameters. And then the next time he did that 6-day race, he got diarrhea and all these things went wrong. And the poor guy only ran 600 kilometers. He was a failure. I'm kidding, right? So he doesn't win, and his body failed in some ways, but it didn't. But he did a race, a 3-day race, point to point, where he had to run, I don't know how many 100 kilometers, but at some point he felt pain, and it was due to a few factors, and he realized that this pain wasn't normal pain. So he understood that all these other pains are his mind and his ego saying stop, but this pain was detrimental pain. This is going to cause wear and tear, and I won't be able to continue in my future. So he taped and tried to pull his patella across and stop the frictions. But in 3/4 of the way through the race, he's like, all right, I'm out. I give up. I'm not trying to kill my body with my ego. Just for a race. Yep. I want to do this again soon. So it's like there's an understanding of that mind-body connection where they really know everything so well around it that they there's probably races and places where Goggins, I don't know, pulled out because it was to his detriment. So just in trying to say somewhere there, it's not always about the mind over the matter to say that you can just push through anything. Those guys sometimes learn some limits to come back another day and do better or reach further. So there's that ability to move through and know when and where is the right time.
A hard one, especially for military people, because you may know, hey, I'm about to break, but you can't stop.
Yeah, this is where it's really hard, hey.
And you have to use that mind over matter.
Yeah.
And you go, I've just got to fucking do it. And I've been there, like, I've had 2 surgeries there, 2 surgeries here, surgery on my ankle, 2 surgery on my back. I get radio frequency ablation to burn out my nerves. I got arthritis, facet joint arthritis, bulging disc, prolapse. Any this goes fucking on. And majority of that, I had to push through it.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I think in that moment, like,
which is why I think I could run a marathon now, because I know I've pushed through almost every bit of fucking pain. I snapped everything in my ankle and pushed through it. Like my bones were floating around, and to achieve shit, like I had pushed through it for months.
Yeah. It's incredible what you would have had to endure, that pain thresholds,
But I wish I had the maturity, and I wish there was things in place, or there wasn't a stigma about being weak, especially in the military, that we can, when we do get injured, take responsibility for it and go, hey, you know what? For 3 weeks, I'm going to take it easy. You may call me a weak cunt, but this is my body and my long-term thing. Like, I'm 35 now, personally, and I'm fucking in pain daily, like chronic pain. And one, it plays so much on your mental health. And I wish that there was things in now. I know that people have to be trained and wars have to be won and people's lives are at stake and stuff, but there has got to be a way where people can go, hey, my shoulder's sore. It's
Mm.
going to take a couple of weeks. I need fucking proper physio, like daily physio, not just going to take a 3-week appointment to go see the physio until
Yeah.
you get Panadol
Yeah.
and expected to do.
Yeah.
They give a thing in the military called PT at own pace, where you're supposed to do PT to your own limitations. You know your body, but if you do that, you get looked at as like you're weak because you're not doing. It's a big stigma, and I just wish it wasn't, because a lot of my depression and mental health issues come from pushing through the pain, not getting it sorted.
Yeah.
And now I'm dealing with all the the ramifications. 15 years of not getting shit sorted.
Yeah.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah. It sounds horrible.
Which is why I love chatting to people like you.
Yeah.
I want to heal.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
It's a tough one. Like, I not that I had the same by any means, and I had the bulging discs and the prolapse discs, and in my life it was just because I got too comfortable, and the pain was real though, and I was going to have experimental neurosurgery and disc replacements, and but on top of that, the pain program at that time, so the layers of pain are kind of described as a computer and your memory, the RAM, and all these operating like programs in the background. And it would be, I have to go to work, I have to pay the bills, I need to do all these things in all my roles as a father of 4P, and a wife, and the pain program just pushed my CPU to 100% all the time, and then any little other factor just spilled over, and I couldn't handle, and I couldn't regulate my emotions, and I became this what was described as an asshole. But
Sounds like my life.
yeah. So then when I didn't have the experimental surgery, all that stuff, but I guess each person gets into that position potentially, even though that internal position might be in a different external environment. And although one person's the amount they have to cope with might be less, it's still in that person, that it's all relative, and that is still 100% for that person. So for instance, if a tradie concreter who has a belief system that he has to do all these things and provide and pushes past certain aspects and lifts things, and he's broken, and he keeps, I can see, creating more damage in himself because of this system we've created in Australia of being tough and not being weak, whatever those things are. And he's breaking down more and more and more to the point where, at some point he can't work anymore. And it's a similar sort of thought maybe to yours, although I guess I can appreciate you guys sometimes in the heat of battle, you don't have a choice, perhaps.
It's not even battle, like in training, like you're in a PT, going for a run, like it's really much anywhere. But
so bringing it back to the PT and the training, then I would love, and I hear the culture and maybe the potential for you not having a choice, but I would argue I'd love to get into someone's head and say you do have a choice.
It is probably a maturity thing, like an individual thing.
Yeah.
Like just go have the moral aptitude, the courage to go.
Correct.
Hey,
thank you.
Like I need a break. I know what you may think of me, and to be honest with you, they might not even. This is what another huge lesson I've bloody learnt. They probably not thinking anything of you. You know what I mean?
Maybe
you are putting your own judgment.
Yes.
Into their mind, even though they're not thinking it, they're fucking still eating their Dorito chips, and you're like, oh, that person thinks I'm a fucking dickhead and I'm a weak cunt, blah blah blah, and they're really just enjoying their fucking Doritos.
Yeah, exactly.
And then that plays on your mind.
Yeah.
You're weak, like you're not weak.
You're
injured.
Yeah.
And then you're putting this all pressure on yourself. And then you're also artificially putting pressure on yourself through someone else that might not even be experiencing. Yeah.
And in doing that, you're also then applying pressure to them at some point, because if they're in the reciprocal position,
you might be treating them like they're treating you bad, and therefore,
it could all be made up, right?
And it's all in your fucking head.
And what we do need is a bunch of people to take ownership of their listen to their bodies and their position, and have the courage, because in my time now, I'm seeing that courage and these sort of strengths that I now guess, move towards is the courage to be vulnerable, the courage to show up for myself and not what others are expecting or my thoughts of what expectations are, and to really be, and these words are thrown around a lot, that authentic self, to listen to myself and have the courage to be who I am. And I've found that that's probably the greatest ally I'll ever have. So those training systems, although you're in them and you really, it's really deep. Anyone that could hear this,
you don't want to let the guys down around you, because if you go down, they have to carry this shit you're carrying. You know what I mean? So it's like this huge thing. So like, there is moral courage, but then if you're carrying 40 kilos worth of gear, 20 of that's team gear, now between 6 guys, they're going to take on 20 kilos of extra gear, and just so you're the radio man or the gunner, and then someone's going to carry your big gun, and like there's a lot of, so that's why a lot of people don't, you know what I mean? I just wrap my knee a bit and let's keep going.
Yeah,
so
right.
Put the stress on everyone else. I'd rather wear that hurt than for other people to hurt.
And so, you know, part of me now hurts because I'm hearing this story, and I find it truly sad that we're placing other people in these positions. You have to be taking all that on to bear that for 15 years and then come out the other side with all of these conditions.
And then not to do, that's what I brought this up earlier. My big thing is I don't know what the army did. Like, you know, like I didn't know about the indoctrination. I didn't know that a lot of my anger comes from being in the fight fucking thing. Like, it might not, but like there's other layers.
Well, the result
layers to it.
Yeah.
Acknowledging and having awareness
Yes.
of what has happened to me. Like, once again, they might not know. The brass might not know. But with people like Dane Christensen, talking to people like you and other things, you start realizing, oh, shit. Now, I know I'm angry. Why am I angry? There's the childhood shit. There's all this other shit. But there's also the side that the military did to us. You know what I mean? Without knowing or whatever. And it needed to happen or whatever. But now we just got to...
Well, they certainly knew how to train people.
Yeah. They know how to win wars. That's why we're still around.
Yeah. So, I mean, they certainly knew what they needed to do. Maybe through this kind of platform, and I'm sure there's plenty of others that hopefully we can infiltrate the people that make the decisions for that, to, if we are going to keep continuing in this way, can we change the script and make it a bit better for those people? So, I mean, that's ultimately the government and not the top brass, maybe. I don't know yet.
Or even the integration.
But
back, like, once they discharge,
totally.
Integration.
Yeah.
Like, instead of like here's my discharge process. I after a few years, I carried around a lot of injuries. One I ended up was really bad, but at the last unit I was at, I hurt my shoulder, and I finally went to the doctor because I couldn't do anything. And I was like, while I'm here, my knee's been playing up, my back's a bit sore, and I got a bunch of shit, and they're medically discharged. I pretty much went home until they discharged, and then that's it. It didn't get taught about anything,
how to handle anything. Yeah, I can't imagine.
Or even about like emotion regulation, which they could probably start teaching that from the moment you join the army. Emotion, or school. Yeah. But even then, I suppose that comes down to parents as well. It doesn't have to be put on school.
I feel, parents, this is whole new or forgotten languages, so it's not even up to parent. It's up to it takes a village to raise a child, and in that the roles and the system of the tribal system we've been born into, and all the wars forever. It's been a long time. Humans have been in the same way.
I read a good book called Tribe.
And so when within that system we had to survive. It's been a survival system, no doubt. But we're in this period of time where everything's changing so rapidly, and we've got a specific amount of people that have come from the wars. They name all these different generations, but what was the generation our parents were called? The baby boomers, right?
Oh, boomers.
So now we're into, I'm an X generation at the end of that, and then we've got all these others. There's this moment in time where they've been brought into this world, and if you're noticing, there's a lot more kids being born with different abilities or processes in terms of emotions. And so all this emotional stuff and these, some people might see from baby boomers as a weakness, but we're changing so dramatically that we now have to create a new, like, I don't know how many army guys you're going to get out of these new generations. You know what I mean?
So for a lot of veterans, this is a worry.
Yeah, exactly.
World War III is a worry purely for the fact that.
And this is the tribal system, though. So the tribal system and that whole system that's like taking and for self, are we able to now move into the next level of consciousness where we provide for all, and we support our weakest link, and so we share. And as long as we create ivory towers and have nots, they're going to jump the fence and steal and take. And that's the system where we've come from. At what point do we start to recognize and realize that we can have it all and share it all? And this is possible. I'm seeing it within children now who have these amazing capabilities in terms of emotion and intellect. And,
it's almost like the longer children are in society, the more power they lose. Like, like their consciousness shrinks and conforms more to society's standards of what it is. Like, instead of, like, that's what I think is awesome about children, is their reality is so vastly different to human realities, because, not human, adult reality.
Yeah.
Because we've had all this social construct and rules and regulations and stuff.
Teaching.
They don't see all that.
Yeah.
Everything's new and wild and imagine it. Like, that's the thing with today's society, but there's no fucking imagination. There is, like, individuals have, but like, you even look at the architecture of fucking the world. There's no beauty and imagination, and it's all like structure and square and
efficiency.
And
it's like a natural order.
Like 7 or 8, like, there's a point where, like, kids lose their imagination. The more we say don't fucking do stuff, the more they become adult.
We'll have a look where that happens. It's at school, right?
Yeah.
And so there's thoughts, and I've seen lots of...
Sit down, shut up, do this.
Yeah. So the Russians apparently invented school to help train people more quickly. And that's what they're doing. They're training people to be a certain way so they can be productive. For whom and how? Yeah. And so...
They're not learning taxes. They're not learning emotional regulation.
No.
They're not learning fucking how to change oil on a car.
Well, and so grow food and
preserve food.
And and to be compassionate and kind, and so there's systems that are starting to sort of look at it. In Finland, they've got a beautiful school system where they're starting to really look at that sort of stuff, and come across. So we want the best of both worlds. We don't want to just necessarily drop back into nothingness, but
debating.
Yeah.
So I was a part of nerd debate club. I think in one of my school yearbooks, I'm in there's a photo of the debate team, and I'm on the debate team, because that was a good way to hear an objective way to hear sides of the argument without fucking bringing emotion into it, and getting angry and yelling and screaming.
Totally.
You got to listen to the other side to come up with an objective and substantial bloody rebuttal.
Yes.
That's not happening in society either.
Well,
and maybe I haven't heard the term debate at school in a long time.
And we don't even need to debate, but we can discuss, in a sense. So
discuss. But people these days can't discuss. Like, me and you can discuss, but when I've noticed these days in societies, when two people are on polar opposites of opinion, there is no discussing. There's yelling,
right,
and anger,
right,
hatred. Have you noticed that?
And through my travels now, through my work and everything I've done, like, once upon a time I would have, and I'd say 9 out of 10 times that would be my experience, but now it's the opposite. So
because of the circles you're in?
Yeah. So 9 out of 10 times now, the people seeking me are those that have a different viewpoint and the capabilities to. So whether I've created that or whether that's just, I don't know.
Yeah, you might have created that energy, created that space where people. Yeah.
So so even at my workplace, so at my Masua, we have a men's group, and we meet every Wednesday fortnight. And so it's a men's emotional intelligence group. It's called the Brotherhood Alliance. And men from all walks of life come, from 16 to 75. And there's no, like, I couldn't say they're from this persuasion or not. There's anything. And we have a topic that we introduce every fortnight that's put into a forum that you can pre-learn or look at it.
Yeah.
And it's one person that's decided, I want to learn about this. And last one was attachment theory. Another one could be, it can be any topic. And so they come and we sit in a circle and we have a certain set of a speaker tool, and each person has a say. We start with how we have been feeling the last fortnight, and we might rate ourselves and ups and downs. We get a calibration of where this person may be so that we can understand from that lens what experience they may be pushing through. We have a first round of speaking where everyone gives their view on the topic. So you have patience to not, you get to have your say about what it is you see, but you're learning 17 other versions of what that is. And my mind is blown. Every time I go to this space, I learn so much. And number one, you're learning to shut up and listen. Number two, you're learning not to interject. Number three, you're expanding that field again of possibilities, because it's like, wow, I never even thought that this was possible before, and this person's telling me. And to hear that from 17 other men and the wisdom that can come with that, it is beyond amazing. And our third round is not so much a rebuttal, but it's a like, can I ask you a question? Or I love what you said, or maybe it is I disagree, and there is those disagreements. So, but at the end of the day, there's kind of no arguments. It's just sitting there and seeing what other people.
Sounds like that's what's needed more in this world.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
There's
People
wisdom in
seem
it.
to be so stuck in their thought process or like their belief system without even the option. There's not even the option to discuss an alternative.
Even within, so we're getting interconnected through social media, which I think is a beautiful tool. And it's funny though, because even on that platform, these people's objectives is people that own it want to make money essentially. And then so therefore they kind of want to keep you plugged in, so they tailor it to you. So then you'll go and find your biases and support your rigid views, perhaps we'll call it rigid views. So if you can get stuck in your rigid views while the other person's on Facebook getting stuck in their rigid views, and you just keep perpetuating the same.
Two tribes versus each other.
Yeah, all the time. But even then, there's probably 50 tribes or something. And there's another beautiful book, Reality Transurfing. He's a Russian physicist who talks about this and the pendulum effect. And in essence, there's a whole nother level to it in terms of the realities that you create that have already been created that you move into. It's a whole nother dimensional reality. But the basic premise of it all is there's this, what he calls a pendulum. And no matter which side you think you're on, you're both on the same frequency, just pushing and keeping the pendulum alive. So this is where all these things occur in terms of what you see or believe in terms of war or whatever. If what you're doing is creating that reality by keeping the energy in it. So if you push against that pendulum, and there's a counter, it's the creation of the energy keeping it in its existence. So in essence, politicians and all these people kind of understand or grasp this concept. You can have energy pendulums that aren't even a physical entity. They put something out there, and as long as it's out there and people can argue, there's an ideal of something that occurs, and as long as someone picks it up and sits with it and opposes it, it's a reality and it's created. If someone ceases to exist on one side of it, the pendulum disappears, it collapses, the energy from it disappears. So in that way, you can see how a version of reality could exist. You need an opposing force of polarity to keep it in existence. If you can decompress and move away from it, it ceases to exist. There's a big thing in there.
There's no heaven without hell.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And so within that parallel or polarity in this existence, sideways, heaven, hell, again, that's that balancey, bilateral, yin and yang, equal thing. So I've watched, in essence, as a bad example, a person in my family who's completely right-winged Christian, fundamental dude with his views. He's right in all that he does. Another person in the family who's full left-wing, hippie, all those other things, completely right in what he does. And they completely oppose each other and they argue and they're angry and it's funny because I sit there and watch it and go, you're exactly the same. You're just on opposite ends of this polarity. the emotion and the vibration, the energy, and the stuff
I
that
see
you're
what you mean.
carrying is exactly the same. Even though you think you're fighting for a cause and you're fighting for a cause, you're both using the same energy at each other and keeping something alive that doesn't need to be, in essence, in my mind anyway, in my belief. And it's hilarious that they can't see the energy pendulum that they're sitting on. What to do with that? That's a whole nother thing. But I think if people can maybe witness some parts of
Awareness, I found, is a good place to start.
well, it is, but what is that, right?
Yeah.
So that's another whole, say awareness to someone, like, and then you only ever the other part. Then my awareness of what I have or see, this is where it gets fun as well. So my wife and other people that I work with closely, they can see my stuff, my bullshit, and most of the time I don't see it. So I have to be in a place of being able to receive and be vulnerable to allow them to tell me my shit without me reacting, to them work on it. And yes, we're using psychedelics and these other practices to create a witness. So it's another version of self to witness the human awareness of what these are. But at the same time, we can get that from others. But if we're in a space of rigid and like I'm right, and then someone's projecting, you'll push back against it. So we, in this circle that we sit in and try and help ourselves, I'm now telling you what you can need to know and can use for you if you're able to accept it. And I'm speaking this truth, and it's amazing and it's beautiful. But in a moment, as a therapist, I need you to tell me because I can't see my own shit. And so, can we be open to that learning and the vulnerability to be when we're being aware? I guess it's actually receiving that mirror, that image back to, and not have to hold and project. And it's I don't know if that makes sense. That's another layer of what I see between people who, I guess, rise up and argue and whatever. It's not an absorption or a learning or a movement amongst us. It's anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense.
Makes sense, I think.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to it again, and it'll make sense. Next question. Ready for this one?
Oh, yeah.
The psychedelic experience.
Mm-hmm.
Is it different dimensions? Is it different levels of our own personal consciousness? Is there a God, a source code? Are we in a matrix? Is this a simulation? What are we seeing? What is happening?
Again, you can default to many other really beautiful people that have maybe studied this for a long time and accumulate all that stuff.
In your opinion?
In my opinion,
Your experience. What have your experience of it?
Yeah, so through my, I used to say misspent childhood and teenage years and early years, and it's not so much now because it's coming back around to help me and others. Through my raising in the church, which I ended up seeing as hypocritical, and religion, there's a famous saying by Nick Cave. It's like, I believe in God despite religion. And so God for me is source energy or the field, or I don't really mind what name you use anymore. But it's this existence of light, energy, love, and a something where we all come from, our souls anyway, and everything's created, even matter. And someone like Ram Dass could explain, and the gurus, and there's all these levels of astral planes where we can go to and exist in. So, we talk about third density, where Earth has been for a long time, and there's fourth density and fifth, and then all these other belief patterns. Dimensions apparently exist within each density. It's a whole nother kettle of fish, but dimensional realities. So Ram will talk about the different astral planes and how you can access them and what you can do with them. So altered state work is, existing in other realities. It's state change. And there's people that I guess go and play around with these things. Is it real or not real? The funny thing is like someone like him would say, well, because he'd come up against science, psychologists, philosophers, all the time, and any reality that you feel is real is your reality. And accessing those things, I guess I have done. And even when I've gone, let's say this is a human experience, and my soul, I believe, is kind of entering into this human experience via my mind, brain, and body, and the connection of all those three things. So I'm a soul having a human experience. Like you said before around kids, we're at that closest point to being injected into, we've chosen to come through and pick our parents and our experiences, and we are closer to, in that veil of forgetting, to where we came from. So we don't have the learnt behaviors, and some people are open to their past experiences, whether they're in the other planes of existence or their former lives here or somewhere else. I sense that in my experiences, even when you go into the astral planes and these other planes of consciousness, it dawned on me that we also have an ego or a separation. Even in those realities, we see a sense of self. And so people talk about the one or 0 point, and they're two different things perhaps. Because if you're at 0 point, you cease to exist, you are just everything. But yeah, for me,
how do you know
well,
that you're...
Does anyone know is a good question. And I guess
because I've heard this, and I've heard these stories where people have reached source code or the one or the consciousness, or that, and they are it, whatever that it is.
I guess there's accumulation of experience that I say you maybe go and have, and then you bring back into this reality, and sometimes you don't even know what that experience is or how to verbalize it, and then you go and find others to try and see if someone's had a similar experience. And then as people gather and talk and start to put words to your experiences and feelings and whatever, you can start to find some sort of commonality. And then you're creating new languages again, where in a transpersonal or other places, people like what's possible. And as we come back into this reality and share experiences, you start creating new languages, but you start seeing around the planet that other people are having similar experiences, and it's like, okay, well, we're seeing the same thing. Maybe it's their realities that do exist. Like, how are we making this up when it's new? And so the knowing part is a funny thing, and I get this a lot asked of me, is how can you know? And it's weird when you go into some places and then you come back and there's just like this resonance within my center. And there's this weird, it's like a faith and knowing that like things are real for me. Like they're just in my deep knowing that this is how it is. So it's, again, people who have an intellect might want more data to understand, but the human mind can sometimes maybe never understand what is beyond where the mind exists in this level. So when you start believing or seeing these possibilities, and there's psychics and all these people that dabble in other worlds, are they not real? Are they wrong? And when you start recognizing synchronicity and these magical things that occur, and they become very consistent and unavoidable, unexplainable, it just ceases to be something that's possible and just is. It's incredible.
There's experiments happening in America and Europe at the moment where they're mapping DMT trips.
Yeah.
You've got people, they're hooked up to a DMT drip, so they put them in a state of like half hour, 45 minutes of DMT, and they're mapping these worlds, and everyone's having the same experiences, meeting the same beings.
Especially with DMT, actually, for a funny reason.
Which is crazy in itself.
Yeah.
for multiple people to have the same experiences, then know to turn left here and turn right there, and there's a doorway there, and there's spiral, whatever it is. Really bloody crazy.
Yeah. So
reality, you know, like you grow up being taught one thing, and then for me, it's mind blowing because all this information that like has happened to me in the past year and a half, just flipped my whole fucking world upside down to the point where I listen to, I don't know if you know him, Sean Ryan.
Don't know the name.
He's the next Navy SEAL who's like, he's like one of the biggest podcasts. He just recently, or a couple of months ago, had on people from the Monroe Institute over in America that specialize in remote viewing and astral projection and stuff. And like, I just listened to a whole series on that, and that's bloody crazy. Like, The Hunt for Red October, the movie, the submarine, that's from astral projection. They didn't know where that submarine was. And this dude was like, in 2 months' time, October 14th, on this date, that's where it's going to be. That's where it fucking was. And all he got was a serial number on an envelope sitting in a fucking basement somewhere, and he predicted that. And like, you see and hear these types of things, and you're like, well, what the fuck? There's this whole world that's more than what we see.
Absolutely.
It is so crazy. And then there's a lot of the world doesn't even believe that. Like, they get told that, and they're like, no, I don't believe that there's stuff in the air, yet we'll turn on their radio or turn on their phone and talk to someone from that information. That's all anything is. But it's just information.
Exactly.
And if we can turn on a radio,
correct,
why can't we tune our brain to a different reality?
We do, and we can. And that's the beauty. I do see that, and then you can train to turn all those things on. We all have these capabilities, and we have different gifts in those abilities, and not everyone's going to have the same, but we all have strengths, if you like. So you know, people who are mediums, you know, clairvoyance is a general term, but you can be clairaudient, or you can be, there's different aspects of how you receive information. And again, like Einstein and all these people access via these abilities. And it's limiting to not believe. And also, it's also part of your protection and or your survival technique to not believe, because it's fear of the unknown that keeps you in a space that's you're protected. So, you know, when fear arrives, it's like, and you just bunker down in what you know. It's better the devil you know than the devil you don't, because that unknown is just too much. So again, where can you expand your circle to? And I am at the point now where I sort of don't mind what level of intellect or knowledge or pieces of paper or time you've spent in your field. Where I am at now and what I've witnessed and am able to accept, I don't mind that you don't believe. I have an acceptance of what I feel and know what I've witnessed and what my reality is or can be.
Well, I don't think, for me, I don't care if you've got a piece of paper or not that says whatever. Like, that's amazing that you've got that, you spent the time and stuff into it. But like, you look at the world now, a lot of shit's written down, yet you find out the complete opposite's true. So I'm going to keep an open mind. You may have that piece of paper, and I'll talk to you, but I'll go talk to someone who doesn't have a piece of paper, a differing opinion, and I am, as yourself, going to make that judgment of what I believe to be true for me. And I think that's the way we should all do it, instead of going, oh no, fucking Channel 9 News said do this, and that's what I'm going to do. Even though you know deep down, I don't really agree with that, but I'm going to follow along and conform. I really think the best way forward is to hear all sides of discussion. Openly discuss it with love and connection, without any hate or in the heart. And you know, you don't need to raise your voice to be heard. A good thing I saw was talking about raising voices. People raise their voices at each other because their hearts are so far apart that they're not communicating. I think that was like a Jay Shetty or someone.
Beautiful.
And I was like, it's really amazing. But yeah, and to have that discussion and, you know, differing opinions, you can sit there, but at the end of it, still love you. You know what I mean? Like it's just, let's come to an agreement or not. We don't have to agree. We can still be best mates. My best mate, not spiritual. Like everyone's spiritual, but like he's not a practicing, he's not meditating. He doesn't walk around with fucking 10 crystals in his pockets and
Yep.
stuff like that. He's my best mate. We differ on a lot of shit, but we can sit there and discuss it. And for that relationship, even though we do differ a lot, that relationship has a lot of love in it.
Yeah,
And
cool.
I think that's how society should operate. Like, I mean, in your circles these days, you said that is how they operate.
Yeah.
I suppose I live in two worlds. I live in my hippie world, and I've got my hippie friends, and then I live in my veteran world, and that side of things. And I do believe it's quite possible to live in both worlds and use the advantages to both.
Yeah.
How do you call it? The matrix world and the spiritual world. I think you can live in both
Simultaneously.
Put in each and use the advantages of both. And,
For sure.
But yeah,
I think the key is these days is discernment, and it's the ability to discern through your own heart what is right or wrong for you. I think that's what I feel we should be learning.
Yep.
And what we are. And another couple of little analogies, I guess, is that I use for some people might be a doctor, a surgeon, and he's got a coat, and we have a belief that then this person has the answers for us. Yet, if I say to you, go and see 3 doctors of the same sort of, say orthopedic surgeon, you might get each 3 different answers with 3 different types of prosthetic with 3 different kind of opinions. And then I say, well, why would that be the case? Why is that one not the best? Why is that not the best way? Why is that not the best way? Because they've seen through a certain lens and a certain whatever. So why do you place all of your faith in one source of information in terms of that person? So the same I would say for a psychic. Some people go and see a psychic and they put all their faith in the psychic. And it's like, oh, what they says is gospel. Well, no, they're interpreting a set of information for that moment in time. And you need to discern what that is for you. It's not fully believing it. It's how does that resonate within you, and is that the right thing for you? This is just opinions, and it can be helpful. So discerning between just 2 little parts of, and like you're right, I think the love and compassion of, that friend of yours, it's the ability to...
That's the intent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. It's the ability to love someone, love them, but not their acts.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have an action that you disagree with or is potentially horrible, can we still love them, but not their action? And can then we help them in regards to, maybe both of us seeing what that action means and how can we change that in future? But so for me, even I've moved away. At some point, I moved away from government and gone, government's bad. But we know probably in my mind now, government's not bad. It's just a certain amount of people in it are maybe not necessarily, they're making decisions to self-serve rather than serve all. So we probably need to go back in and have a government that is full of people that are thinking for 50 years in the future. And my thought process is what we do when we meet as this men's group is we sit and we come into center in space. We come into our hearts. So the first thing we do is have a small coming into our body, like a somatic meditation. And we center into ourselves and feel into those aspects. Imagine if before we went into Parliament, we sat and did a minimum 15-minute, 30-minute meditation, then went and talked about things. I don't know, because when you watch Parliament and what goes on...
Question time. Have you watched Question
Time? Yeah,
Time?
exactly. So
how is that government?
Well, we wouldn't be allowed in schools, for starters. It's just...
Yeah, exactly.
It's terrible, right? So if we...
Just yelling at each other, calling each other names.
Yeah, so if we actually came into our heart space and went in there with the intention of helping rather than arguing, perhaps we'd get more done and we'd have a more conscious decision-making sort of agenda. So there's unfortunately, in terms of leaders, we're just not fashioning that scope yet to, I don't know, move to where we really want to go. So we've kind of all got to come back and connect in that way that we want to actually make the change, rather than, I guess, avoid it. So there's a lot we have to do yet, and in that way, we can have all these connections and love for each other, and listen and have compassion, and not necessarily choose to love all of the actions that do come across, but it's to accept that there's so much difference, and that's what makes this world so beautiful, right?
It's just so much. It's
Mm.
incredible. Like, you just got to look at like different plants. You want to see different. Like, I sat there one time just looking at plants, going, it was in my yard, and there's like 30 different varieties, probably more. And I'm like, each of these back in the day started from one thing and have all evolved differently because of environment and winds and temperatures and insects and all these things. They all started back millions and millions of years ago as one microorganism, and now look at the world completely covered in plants that are all bloody different. All some good in desert, some like more water, some grow in salt water. Like, you know what I mean? And that's all from the environment as well.
It's mind blowing, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you so when people say to me something about they don't believe in certain aspects, we'll go, okay, let's go to science. Did we all come from the Big Bang? If that's accepted, so then we all came from one tiny little sort of. We were all from the same exact place that went out into wherever space, and we're all made up of the same dust and shit.
And if you think about photons are light. Light moves at the speed of light. When something moves at the speed of light, time doesn't exist. So we are right now in the Big Bang, essentially. Like, the photon doesn't know at an individual photon level. It doesn't. It hasn't experienced time. So the energy that we all are, I'm connected to you because we all came from the same thing.
Correct.
We're all connected. Now, 13.8 billion years ago,
totally,
all at the same time, which is, when you think about it, is incredibly fucking mind-blowing.
Yes, totally.
Which means I am right now connected to you. Like, we are connected to everyone listening to this.
Yes.
On Earth, in different planets around the world.
Yes.
Around the universe. We're all experiencing the same thing at the same time.
Beautiful, hey.
Is that a good analogy or a good summarization of...
Yeah, well, it's the collective consciousness, and that's what source information is, and you can go even crazier. And but yeah, there's theories of expanding, contracting. Our universe is expanding and contracting, so it might start over and over again in essence, and that's only one universe.
And bubbles out and comes in.
Yeah, well, it's people are saying it's moving out and spreading, but at the same time, it's actually contracting at some point and starting again. And again, that might only be one universe, and how many others are there? And
that's a whole nother subject. I'd love, this space. I'm obsessed with it.
But that doesn't even, again, that's just, it's not even a part of a certain reality. There's so many multi-level, dimensional sort of potentials. We just don't know, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that we all did come from the same, I guess, speck of dust in a way.
I actually made a little video up on Facebook talking about we're all stardust. We all come from like real. I made like a 90-second video explaining exactly that. You should put there's a dude, Nick Cave, I really like, and he's got a not even a song. It's like spoken word, and it's literally it's very short, and it's around we are photons from a dying star, and he talks about it in ways that it's just like, wow, this is mind-blowing. Like, when you break it down into the physics of it, it just is, how are we even here in a way? I just think of the energy that's in us and how the distance it's traveled in no time. Yeah, totally. You know what I mean? Well, think about it. 13.8 billion light years is how far it's traveled in 0 seconds. Yeah, right. Okay, there you go. Cool. Yeah. Potential energy as well. And we're all, it's amazing. I love it. Yeah. The physics is incredible, huh? Are you able to explain what cannabis therapy is and then how to utilize that for depression, PTSD, and mental health issues? Yeah, so I guess at present, for 10 years, we've been on this plane of existence where cannabis is finally accepted. And so people are able to get it medically prescribed now for over 100 different reasons. And that's really cool because there's so many reasons why you could use it and how you could utilize it. And we're not even anywhere near what we need to. With some of those reasons, it's mainly pain though, isn't it? No, there's I've been told by almost everyone not to mention my mental health stuff when getting prescribed. Pain is a majority one, but there's a common one that people say, like glaucoma, whatever that is. I don't know. I think it's an eye. There's like a it's in I don't know. So whether it's to do with, I've only ever seen it in movies. Yeah, so some sort of vascular style situation, but people who can't
sleep maybe are using THC or CBDs, or maybe cancerous for anti-cancer properties. Maybe people with diet sort of problems, they can use it to help with all that. Maybe there's so many reasons now that you can get it, and I think you'd be pretty hard pressed not to find someone to be able to get a script from. But look, DAT, cannabis assisted therapy, as a part of psychedelic assisted therapy, same. It's all the same. It's just you're replacing one medicine for another. But where this can be slightly different is you're not necessarily moving so far outside of your normal reality. You are moving into an altered state, but it might feel a bit safer for some people to come in at that level, because you're not completely bypassing the ego in essence. That's my wording. And I think different people have different sort of chemistry, so that they lend themselves to different medications than others, so you go to a psychiatrist, and why are there 50 different antidepressants? Perhaps because they try, if they're a good doctor, they'll try different combinations to get the right chemistry. So therefore maybe the difference between marijuana, psilocybin, MDMA, although they have different qualities and how they might help us move through specific traumas, maybe our chemistry just sort of likes one more than the other. And it could be also fear, and it comes into that mindset and setting and all those things we talk about. So cannabis is probably a more accepted at the moment medication. There's not as much of that stigma around it. It doesn't have that thought process of losing control as much. And we don't need to dose that much to actually get the benefits of it. And so all of these medications that we were taking with the therapy, as we're in the medicine journey itself, and myself and the lady that I work with are about to go to Melbourne and do another course on this. You're helping someone move right near this moment of where the reaction occurs, in the amygdala, where that usual fight flight thing happens, and the emotions come, and then the chain reaction, and then they're in it, not able to control it. These medications allow us to move in slowly, and then pseudo-regress perhaps into the environment. Do you feel safe? Can we go near this experience? And so we can then get to witness it and experience it, to normalize it, and to start to play with it. And so this is what the medications allow us to do. So this one in particular, it's going to be easier for people to access, hopefully. And then obviously there's therapy alongside of it, which helps them be able to move into these places. And the therapy pre-post, it's exactly the same as any psychedelic therapy. But you won't need as much. Let's say
you consume it, smoke it. How is the person?
So Dr. James Stewart is the person who is he's this kind of medical cannabis guru. He's, I think, on the Gold Coast, and he's one of Australia's most well-known doctors in regards to all this sort of cannabinoids and therapies. And he's I constantly researching and and I was on a Zoom course, and he was the presenter, and so he's got together with some people overseas. They've been studying for many, many years, and they've produced this 7-strain, medication, and raised this and done that and made it so that you can. And then he's got alongside of some therapists, because usually there's people that love chemistry and others that love therapy, and the two therapists that they're doing trials with just happen to be the ones that I've done my training through. And so they've been doing research and learning about and how it is that you can deliver this alongside of the therapy we've already learned. And so at some point, hopefully they'll be able to, I guess, train other people to deliver it. So the therapy itself pretty much probably won't change very much. It's more the delivery system of how you do this. So the therapy might be less involved and less intense because it's not as discombobulating, if you like, yet. So yeah, they are going to be as using vape And there's certain temperatures where you do all this which make it non-carcinogenic, and certain temperatures which release the specific compounds that you want, and so then you're getting the effect that you need. And it's basically what we might call, like, it's a somatic experiencing therapy on steroids, and it's a horrible way of putting it, but it has the potential for someone to move through this experience maybe a little bit more abruptly or quicker. So you also have to target the people. Are they ready for it? This kind of therapy can be too quick for some people. The beauty of a somatic experiencing therapy is it's quite slow and beautiful in its approach, that it allows someone to come to this point of vulnerability and allow and express. A lot of times if you push too hard, people just get rigid and close up. So this is a way of exploring things a little bit more quickly, using therapy, and helping them move through that experience, that emotion, tracking, learning the antidotes, if you like, for what those situations, problems, trauma they may have. So it's showing some really cool, promising results, and the beauty is it's probably really easy to access, hopefully, and prescribable. So yeah, it's a very exciting space.
So it's more than just someone having a big fat joint.
Yeah.
To some Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not that. It's there's parameters.
I didn't even really know. Like, I have heard that THC is psychedelic predominantly only when ingested.
Yeah, right. I didn't know that myself. Yep.
But I couldn't see, obviously, being a smoker myself. I thought, this is my drama with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's healing me or if it's masking whatever the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? So I smoke daily. One, there's probably a little bit like habit in there. There's probably a lot of habit. But two, I don't know if it's healing me. Like when you talk about a guided trip there, and like a psychedelic, like a psilocybin trip, and going into that, I would assume someone might have a breakthrough, might heal a trauma or whatever. I mean, I've smoked weed now since I've discharged. Can't see having a breakthrough on it, but that's my experience, and so yeah.
So like, there's a couple of, taking a substance can itself, there's a healing property maybe of that substance, but maybe there's only so many things that it can heal in one moment, and that's more, irritable bowel or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? So then what are the other qualities of it? So maybe if I do meditation for every day for 5 minutes for a couple of years, I'm going to notice changes because habitually I've changed something. So maybe by doing some substance, you are changing a behavior of something. Maybe this behavior, and again, like a Ram Dass would say, you're generally always swapping one neurosis for another, or one medicine for another, or one attachment for another, or one trick for another. Meditation's a trap, he says, or every single thing that you think you're doing is a trap. It's one trap replacing it for another trap. It's not until you learn to detach, in a sense, not disassociate, but unattach, and still, anyway. The part of that might be that one behavior is better than another behavior you had. So maybe smoking every day is better than drinking every day, for instance. And so...
my 100 days of no drinking.
Oh, cool. Well, there you go. Yeah. Congrats. So that's maybe a better behavior in your mind, but also around you that's reflected. So on its own, that's kind of cool. But in terms of having the breakthrough with the medicine, I think that's what we've been learning through our courses and all of our terminology is it is possible for people to have a breakthrough with the chemical compounds or the God molecule and touching these transpersonal experiences. Without question, people in history have done that. Yet there's also probably the need for the therapy around it, because it's not the medicine, it's actually the ability to change the dynamics and the mindsets and the neural pathways and the habits, and that maybe the medicine helps you do that more quickly, and it's targeted, and it's intention setting, and it's really working at. So it's also possible, yes, that you are avoiding, and most of us have used medications to avoid.
I think.
Yeah, I do it still.
I think.
Yeah,
there's a lot of avoidance.
Absolutely. I'm witnessing. I went and did spirituality in a sense. I did spirituality. I was attracted to it. I went into it, And a lot of spirituality is bypass. We are, what they call it, spiritual bypass. So we are bypassing and or avoiding some of our crap. So we sit up there and go, oh, I'm all spiritual and I don't have any bullshit, but you do, you know? So then I had to come back down to earth and go, oh, wow, I've got a lot of crap to deal with, you know? Intellectualism is a bypass or an avoidance. You go into and be really smart and clever and you're avoiding so many things perhaps. So it's gonna trigger a lot of people. But yeah, so medication, forever we've been doing it. We use it to avoid something, change our reality, so we can not exist in that one for a moment. I guess for me, it's like, don't be harsh on yourself. Don't judge yourself. If that's what you need to do, it's probably the perfect thing in that moment, stepping stones, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. It's my question for my use at the moment is, do I need to do it anymore?
Or does anyone need to do anything? That people ask, my wife and my kids and everyone around me will probably go, oh, don't ask him about need. Because needs and wants, like when you look at what is a need, and there's there 5, 6 things you might need in your life, but then you can argue there'd be more. So do you need it? No. Do you want it? Maybe. But then if we move into the survival styles, protections, clearly you do. And those parts of you that require it are probably very thankful that you're doing that right now. And then there's
my ADHD brain thanks me.
Yeah, there you go.
It lets me focus a bit more.
Cool. So
than doing 100 million.
Yeah.
Things, so
and I've got friends who do the same thing, and like.
And my sleep, and I do use it predominantly for pain.
Great.
But yeah.
And so, how is it going for you?
Well, it's a point now where it's like it has numbed my pain down.
Great.
But if I now like don't have it,
maybe you just made it so by saying it.
Last time I went
hear
to
you.
Quit it, reduce it.
Yeah.
I was not a good person.
No,
I was a good, like obviously my heart and everything good. But
I hear you.
My pain, my mental state, everything.
You weren't ready.
I was like angry.
Yeah, you weren't ready.
Yeah. Okay.
But maybe tomorrow you are. And because you've learnt so much more, if you look backwards now, and again, if I can say to a client, everyone gets to this position right now in the moment. And I'm like, look backwards, where were you 6 months ago? And what have you learned and how far have you come? Like, honestly? And they're like blown away sometimes. It's incredible. So now that you've acquired all this knowledge and all these dots and spider webs, and there's these pieces have just opened, and now might be the time. And if it's not, so be it.
Well, I'll wait now.
Yeah. So but like it's up to you. But you can. I know you can.
Yeah.
And I know that like I've moved through my pain cycles and unlearnt my patterns in some ways. But I've got neurosis and patterns that I still have that I haven't stopped and unlearnt yet. But I know I could, and I can. So it's about
drinking and gambling for me. I've recently just worked through, and it's huge.
Cool.
Like
awesome.
Huge. Well, I probably haven't worked through it, but like working through it, like
but
taking
how beautiful, like you're
control again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And you're slowly moving through each one of those. Is it like to do it all at once? It's like imagine taking away all that medication and drugs, like shopping online and all the dopamine and whatever it is that we do. Like you do those things, and the person next to you buys Coke and shops on the internet, and it's the same drug. And if they don't realize it's the same drug, then that's sad, but it is. And so we have these behaviors and protections and things that we do to get a chemistry to help us survive. And so it's being kind to yourself, being aware eventually of what it is and why you do it, and then maybe making changes that, okay, is this one better than that one? So you substitute your method or your trap, and maybe each time you have less trauma or less damage.
Well, just thinking about it now, last year alone, I gave up cigarettes, alcohol, gambling, and
massive year
medication. So like
holy shit,
what science, like Western medication. But my marijuana.
But look at how
increased,
much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how are you functioning in your relationships compared to how you were then? How is your body maybe, going with not all those chemicals in it, and there's
Feel better.
yeah, right. So so many parameters that you could probably sit down and measure and go, well, actually, this is really good. Perhaps I assume so. So I think that's a massive, and for you to do all that amount of work in that time, like that's mind blowing. For me, I probably wouldn't recommend that to most people to do it in that quicker period.
It's only scratching the surface. I've done a lot of work on internally.
Yeah, I believe that, and it'd be, I think, really hard. I don't think you can sustain that and hold that new patterns of behavior without having done all the work beforehand. So that's the same with psychedelics. You come in and just take a psychedelic and expect all those patterns to disappear. It's possible, but if you haven't done the work, that's what it all comes down to, is doing the work. So it's helping people see that they need to do the work, and the work will continue forever.
The work, again, is stepping stones.
Yeah, totally. Yep. And so it's the work you've done, and there's the culmination of all that for however much time. It wasn't just that year, and the year's huge.
Everything leading up.
Yeah, totally.
100%. And rock bottom.
Rock bottom. That'll
do it.
When we've sat in men's group and we've talked about it, it's literally rock bottom. Where is the rock bottom? And sometimes it's really terrible, but you see a guy come in at rock bottom, and it's rock bottom, and you're like, wow, this is going to be so cool in the next year for you.
Yeah,
they can't see that yet, and it's it's amazing.
Well, that's been an amazing conversation. I've enjoyed it a lot. Do you have anything that you want to talk about, discuss? Any topics that you feel like we haven't covered that you want to cover?
Yeah,
any information out there for people, not just veterans, but people who are suffering depression, mental health issues, anxiety. Have you got any advice for anyone who's struggling at the moment, and maybe some words to help them on their journey?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, from all the information that I receive, I think if we can come back into the now is one of the biggest things. If we're struggling, I struggle at times, and it's really hard, but it's setting up the practice so that when you are struggling, that you can come into the now, and you don't get there without the practice. So, and it's, for me, if you want to call it meditation, or even just breath work, or just breathing and concentrating on the breath and the inhalation and into the, even if you did a box breathing, even if whatever you think, whatever you know and what you feel comfortable with, 3, 3, 6, 4, 4, 8, there's so many ways of breathing. But for me, if we can come back into the now, to move away from those thoughts, and again, it's as they arrive, the thoughts, it's being able to acknowledge that they arrive and they go. And these are a lot of the big teachings. So therefore, having compassion for self and not judging self for these things that are coming in or affecting us in a sense. Can we practice now so that in that next moment we're not as we're more vulnerable? Can we then have an ability to go, all right, I need to breathe right now, move into myself, not judge, be kind and compassionate and loving. Maybe that's breathing in and feeling into our heart, or find a practice that you can do that 5 minutes a day. And I think from all of the stuff that I've been reading, seeing all the psychologists, all the doctors, all of the gurus, everyone out there is kind of like leaning towards this is good for us. So if we can maybe move into that practice of finding space between thoughts.
I 100% agree. I spend a lot of time listening to successful people, motivational speakers, gurus, mentors, spiritual teachers, people from all over the world, all walks of life. Common theme is living in the moment.
Yeah.
And now.
Coming back into the body.
Coming back into the body, being present. Good book, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah.
And you said it, you mentioned it before, depression lives in the past, anxiety lives in the future. They can't exist if your thought is in the now. So if you are a highly anxious person or depressed a lot, using breath work and those other tools that we spoke about in this podcast can help you in those moments. And I think that's amazing. Yeah.
That would be and take away the hardness of it and just listen to your breath and feel your lungs. That's all you got to do. Just stay in the breath, and as those things come, the thoughts, let them pass. Happiness, sadness, they all pass. So acknowledge, be kind, let it through, back to the breath. Acknowledge, be kind, back to the breath. Simple. Try and keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you for this chat. It's been
Thank
amazing.
you. Yeah. Always learn.
I don't know
heaps.
how long it went, but
No
it was
idea.
a great chat. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joel.